Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Wampoville and welcome back to Armada Mondays, where we're going to get into some of the first of our British Navy ships. Yes, the Royal Navy begins, and we're going to do it with one of the more unusual treaty battleships. Hey there, Armored Wolf. Now, I'm telling you, pain tolerance, that's the way to go because, well, you know that you can really beat out 99.999% of the population, so why not? So, that bionic arm, that's got to be. I mean, AI is a great thing, but bionic arms I think are better. Wouldn't mind a couple of those myself. Now, very unusual treaty battleship here. Hey there, Landrast. Nice to see you. Glad that you're back and that you can just kind of now hang out and watch vids and streams. So this video, well, ironically enough, I think it just finished rendering. So this is the new army painting series with the new Spacescape stuff going on there. Here was the another part of the video there. We were working on this test base right there. So yeah, that's for the new army painter series. I just did now. Of course, where's my? Here it is. So also a treaty battleship here, but it's just really interesting to see what kind of weird, funky differences in the concepts and designs there. I'm gonna actually have to do another Richelieu, but in the late war camo scheme. Yeah, yeah, Armored Wolf. That would be it would be cheaper, right? You just have your buy. Well, I guess you would need a. Well, I guess you would be on the phone with customer service there, but such is life. But I think that would still be better. I think that would still be better. Again, I don't mind me one of those. Or two, actually. So let's get to work on. Oh, and could be interesting on the printing side of things, where on my one machine, Cheetahbox basically forced me to get whatever the latest version of it is. And I have to check and see how the prints turned out, but they finished like twice as fast. Uh, it's a settings kind of a thing. I have a feeling that maybe the settings in the old version of Cheetahbox were kind of messed up or something. Again, I won't be able to find out till after the stream. That's the other reason why the stream is later. I was trying to get down there and just kind of take a look at what was cranked out there, but never got a chance to do that. Man, there's almost no anti-aircraft guns on this thing. Holy smokes. This thing would not have lasted 2 seconds in the Pacific. I don't care how many destroyer escorts it had. And again, that kind of all or nothing design, and of course, these things were just about as seaworthy as a rear-wheel drive vehicle on ice. That's about how they handle pretty much, especially if there's any kind of wind. Very, very funky design, trying to squeeze a whole bunch into a way too small of an area. Massively unbalanced. Just not quite. Again, they were trying to. It was that whole funky contest of saving on weight, trying to maximize firepower to certain areas. Now I do actually have. Let's see. I have Repulse ready. I have the Deutschland class ready. I have Bismarck ready. Trying to get the Hood and the H class ready. Also, well, real Scharnhorst instead of the fake Scharnhorst, otherwise known as Gneisenau. I'm just now. I'm just glad that all that stuff sold. Obviously, well, it looks like you didn't have to worry about somebody else there doing the whole buy sell stuff. Not like last time. Nah, I gotta get those two anchors over there. Any mooring cleats? Nope, no mooring cleats on this one either. Actually, I don't know. I can't tell. These must be like the earlier ships or something because I swear there's been destroyers that I've painted that have like 20 mooring cleats on them, and the last several essentially battleships have had well none, which that's interesting for securing your ship in port for sure. Oh, I was about to scare up my references here because we're going to do the late war camo schemes on these because reasons. Let me hit this here. We'll get the water next. Hey there, Sector X. Nice to see you. Happy Monday. Happy Monday also to Spork Minis. Everybody please give Spork Minis a follow. Spork Minis, how you doing? So Spork Minis, hopefully all your Capital Palette stuff is going well. And of course, Spork Minis, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead and do that. So let's see. Right now, this is Armada Mondays. There's a bunch of different things we paint on Armada Mondays. Sometimes they are, oh, something maybe more like this. Let's see, where's my Tau here? So we'll paint those. Sometimes we're painting actual 28 millimeter scale ships. Yep, for Corsairs of Umbar. And then sometimes we're also painting these 1/1800 scale ships, and that's what we're doing today. Right here, this is the first of our Royal Navy ships. We've been comparing this to other ships of the same era, like our Regia Marina, that is Roma. Here's Richelieu, as part of the Marina Nationale, and that is Fuso. That's one of your early war Japanese ships with the casemated guns. Here, this is technically still an early war U.S. ship. That is South Dakota right there. Nice to see you there, Valfera. Oh, speaking of ships, that's right. Last Thursday, as we have labeled this Panel Line Galactica because of all the panel lines. So this was part of our Flat Thursdays. Week before that, this one right here, Babylon 5. Week before that, Flat Tops for Flat Thursdays, and I think the week before that was Spacescape. So yeah, Thursdays we like to do our 2D art. Thank you so much, Arid. Appreciate that. Look at this, Arid. It's so early. There's still ice cubes in there. Look at that. Arid, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. Of course, everybody, please give Arid Kenwife a follow as well. So Spark Minis, if you want to share something in the chat, again, please go ahead and do that. Now, we do paint other things besides ships. We do things like busts, also just kind of regular miniatures, be they fantasy, something like this right here. We got a bunch more of these to paint, like 9 more of them to paint, yeah. Oh, also, our last stream, we painted 4 of these little horsies right here, our Easterling Cataphracts. Well, good luck on all that stuff, Spark Minis. I know that is a ton of work. So we were expanding on our Easterling army there. And of course, we've been having some fun creating animations around our Easterling army. We also have painted a bunch of buildings on stream. We got more coming. Actually, later this week, there might be more buildings. Who knows? And that worked part of this little animation right here where we actually animated one of my miniatures in a little scene right there. Nice to see you again, Nergo Matthew. And everybody, please check out the Pinterest link that Arid Wife just shared, and also please check out that Instagram link that Spark Minis just posted. So yeah, we're gonna be doing. You can see the references down there in the corner. Actually, well, here's a little look-see at something. We just are gonna be posting this video probably like tomorrow or something like that. Well, no, I either may like Wednesday, I think, we'll be posting this. So this is one of our new Battlefleet Gothic series right here. We're painting a little spacescape base as opposed to this aquatic base right here. You can see that this is actual texture that is sculpted on. That was done with our heavy gloss gel. Now we're about to colorize it. with some paint. By the way, using oil paints. Oil paints all the time. Prussian blue, maybe a little bit of our green here. Maybe a touch of that. And here we go. So great to see you there, Nurgle Matthew. Hope that you are also having yourself a fabulous Monday slash Tuesday. It's already Tuesday for Spark Minis. So Spark Minis, if you gotta, get off to sleep there, try and catch some Z's. Understand that. Thank you so much again for the raid. Appreciate that, of course. So Valfera, oh, check this out. I almost forgot about this here. So this is a little bit of an experiment. Of course, I just bopped it apart here. Let me try and get this thing back together again. Here we go. So this from Conquest Creations. So significance about this is this was printed with the 0.2 or the 0.08 layer height. So this is the same kind of layer heightage here that we did for all of our busts, right? So we did that at the same quality that we did, say, something like this right here. So that printed at the same quality as this bust. And again, that's also FDM printed right there. So a little bit of a unique circumstance, but yeah, this should be interesting. Again, that's for a Harad army. I actually have another one, a larger one, I think like a chieftain's hut or something like that printing out now. No problem there, Spark Minis. I figured you were going to have to get yourself off to sleep there. But glad you're kind of getting the commissions out of the way so that you can get down to working on your capital palette stuff. There's my white. Like, where did that go? It's got to be around here somewhere. Nice to see you there, Mr. Stark. Appreciate you being here, of course. Again, we're just going to start working this into our water effects here. Like you do. That's better. So Valfera, I'm going to have to give that thing a try. That new essentially water effect, the resin Instacure, right? The UV curing resin. Got to give that a try. That might actually have to be the video that I filmed tomorrow, because I want to see. It's not so much will the resin stuff work. It's more like the little light that came with it. I mean, I think 2 405 flashlights, but I just wanted to see if this the thing that came with it still works for folks that don't have one of those. Nice to see you there, Tundra Crusher. Appreciate you being here. Yeah, sorry that this is a little bit later, Valfera. It was just one of them days where everything was taking twice as long as it was supposed to. So Sectorix, hopefully, I'm sure you're still doing all your late nights of work there too. Hopefully things are kind of improving little by little. There is a weird thing that's been going on with, and it's only ChatGPT, where when it renders something, it gets all grainy and weird. It was doing it with my Easterling stuff. Then it stopped doing it. Then it was doing it today. And it's like on one machine it does it, but then on another device it doesn't. Then it does it on that device, and it's just really weird. Not sure what's going on there. I don't know if that's just a GPT thing, because as I have found out, that can just go down. And I've more than once I have had to do a Google search, is such and such down. Okay, so there we go. Starting to get our water stuff going here. So again, Mr. Stark, great to see you. Appreciate you being here, of course. And of course, Tundra Crusher, here's hoping that your last several weeks have been good ones. I might have to cut those bristlies off here. Let me do this real quick here, because that is going to be very annoying if that was to continue there. And again, everybody please give Airticam Wave a follow too. I did make another birthday card and song. It was a custom-made one. Somebody that I've known since the 1980s. So, needless to say, I was able to pack in a whole bunch of, what would you say, very personalized stuff. And that's the nifty thing about it. Oh, that's good, Mr. Stark. Yeah, now, for Thursday's stream, it's either going to be some form of a starship painting, or I was considering doing actually a couple of paintings that I might want to use as backdrops for some of the videos. And one of them might be one of my Easterling cities. It would be a technically landscapes of Middle Earth, but it wouldn't be the usual. Right? I mean, we painted tons of Gondor and Rohan and everything else. Again, starting to work in some of our later stuff here on our water. Some of that's got to break this plane too. Okay, there we go. Put you over there. You know what? Where's my... there's my Payne's Gray. A little bit of that. We need to start getting a little something here on our water out there. Again, that's for an object source lighting parlance. That would be your ambient light. Let me see. Where's my ship here so you can see? That's all of this, right? That's what we just painted out. And again, you have where the ship is going to be breaking the water here. You have your stern churn over there. That is what we are executing right now. So what I want to paint would be actually my Easterling buildings. That's what I would like to try and paint. Well, we will be painting those, since it's possible I might be painting some of those on the Friday, Saturday streams. Again, not so sure, but that's what I thought. Maybe I will try to paint either that, or I was going to paint my Khamûl the Easterling on Fellbeast. We've done the miniature thing, but I kind of need something more 2D to represent for part of the videos there. So I might be painting actually Khamûl the Easterling in 2D. That is possible. We actually did paint a Tom Bombadil miniature. I think it was probably the Printing Goes Ever On. Oh, actually, I know what we might be painting on Friday. Gandalf and his cart. Yes, I just printed that out. So yeah, it's Gandalf and his cart with all the fireworks in it and everything. Yeah, I believe that's probably what we'll be painting on Friday, because that would be pretty hilarious. And then I have a whole bunch of Hobbit furniture. And I just realized I have this other Hobbit furniture I've already printed out. So I've got tons of Hobbit furniture to paint because, well, we've got tons of Hobbit terrain. We've got the 6 Hobbit holes already painted. We also have the gigantic Hobbit tavern, as in like a two-story tall tavern. Let me do some more. This here, yep, some of that. Okay. So all of these waves, again, those were all sculpted with the same heavy gloss gel that we use for snow effects, for ice effects, sculpting fire. That is why we refer to it as Elementium, because it can be any element. It can also be things like fur. I have used it to sculpt fur on, say, like really big bones miniatures or something like that, where there's some funky mold lines or gaps right where you have a whole bunch of fur on, say, some kind of big creature or whatever. Well, that's why I've got those cameras hooked up, Landrast. That's what those cameras are for. That keeps doing more of our light here. Also, too, well, we'll see if I have those Harad, the Merchant Guard. If those are prepped by Saturday, it could be another kind of a Saturday challenge sort of thing. We would have potentially a dozen of those. Yeah, painting a dozen Merchant Guard. Holy smokes! Because reasons. Why not? Okay, there we are. Let's take you down a notch there. Darken this here, because we need some darks to flow through this now. So Valefair, hopefully things kind of been a little less mustard incidents involved, hopefully the last few days. Okay. And now we're going to have to let that water set. Yeah, we're going to let that water set here. Let me take this here. Where's that? Ah, there it is. So kind of a little bit of a warmer gray here. Got to get rid of this stuff that crept up on the hull. Then we have to maybe do our start thinking about getting that dazzle camo on there. Yeah, let's do this. Then all the way down in there. Whoops. And oh yeah, all of this. Okay, so that edge is now been cleaned up. How's about we try to work in at least a little bit of our deck coloration here? Actually, you know what? I could have used the extra boat launch. That's why there's extra boats on the repulse sprue. Okay. Do I have that thing sitting over here? So check out the boat deck here on repulse. See that? There's 4 of them sitting there. Well, there was like 3 more. There was like at least 2 more on the sprue. So they, okay. I mean, I can always add those there later, I suppose. Now, I don't have anything like that, Mr. Stark, but I do have, I think it's on the Instagram there, Mr. Stark. I have a photo of the process. This was back in June of 2023 when I basically tore down the streaming area and reconstructed it. So there are some pictures of that. That I know. Nice to see you there, 8th Gate. Happy Monday/Tuesday. We still got 37 minutes of Monday here. So, yeah, I guess we'll have to try and snag ourselves some boats. Put those on the boat deck. Yeah, a little more of that. Try and lighten up some of the deck texture here, and then we're going to hit it with, again, some of our Dazzle Camo, and then we'll do some darker glazes on it. Then we're going to go back to the water, start getting even lighter stuff on the water. So Mr. Stark, the one thing I would suggest is not getting too hung up on equipment, as in, well, I need, thousands of dollars worth of stuff. The most important stuff is not the camera and the mic and all that other stuff. I know people put an emphasis on that. It's the person streaming, because I've seen people shell out a whole bunch, like 4 figures on streaming stuff to have half a person watching them for 5 minutes, and then they just give up on streaming. If there ain't nothing to watch, you can have the snazziest 4K whatever stuff you can afford or not afford. It ain't gonna matter. And I figured there was still a little bit of a recovery going on there, Valfera. I mean, it's a fact, right, Mr. Stark? I didn't realize that, but obviously now been doing this 5 years. There's been a bunch of times where I've seen people. I mean, essentially, what I've got here is, well, that would be an insult to trailer parks to say it was like a trailer park. And I've seen people with really some like $4, $5, $6,000 setups. So yeah, don't you really don't want to get too hung up on that, because it'll probably lead to a wee spot of disappointment. Now we got some Payne's Gray here, starting to work on our Dazzle Camo. I think one thing for sure you're going to want to do is, let's start with the port side. You're going to want to make sure that you're actually talking to folks, turning on your camera and listening to music. Again, you can do that with the camera off. That's not really something to do with the camera on. So here is our darker parts of our camo. The starboard side actually is a very different pattern, which is interesting. And I mean like significantly different. That is not usually what you see. Alright, port or starboard side camo. Starboard side camo. Then again, we start fooling around with the water to give this time to set. Here, let's get some of our superstructure here. Does that go old? It doesn't quite reach the, again, so the concept of the British ships in the late, maybe mid to late 30s was to kind of move away from the tripod masts, and they basically called those like the condo complexes, the tower superstructure. And again, the whole idea of this, each country tried to kind of take their stab at it. Here, obviously, this is the Dunkirk, or sorry, yeah, this is the Richelieu class right here, and you can see trying to have more guns forward. The KGV class was sort of a similar thing where they had a quad and then a twin mount up there, obviously for weight saving things. Then you have all of your secondary armament aft. Now with the Italian ships, a little bit different. Your secondary armament and these 4 turrets out here. Obviously, your Your Dreadnought era ships had the crazy casemated guns, and then eventually you had some ships, say like the U.S., that's kind of started doing the armored citadel type thing. And then you have your secondary mounts here. But you can see, look at the anti-aircraft guns here. And on Nelson, you see like, 10 of them. Maybe a dozen. That's about it. And these things were definitely slow. They were not fast battleships. So they were not keeping up with carriers and providing fire support and all that kind of stuff. And nope, not quite. Did we get all of our... Yeah, here, let me do some more of this. Alright. Is nice. Let's get to our lighter parts of our camo here. Again, just kind of breaking this down. Where's my Thinner? There we go. Also gonna put some more in there. Kind of a warm grayish color right here that we're using. Here, breaking it down some more. And away we go. Up along here. There we are. Top of this, yep, top of this. Come back to it again. Do the superstructure we go. Again, starting to get up to our tower superstructure there. We also have some of this lighter stuff we're going to need on our turrets here. I think they did a couple of weird little modifications to this. I think they ended up putting a plane catapult on this turret here. There were definite issues where, a full broadside with these 3 guns was blowing out stuff inside the ship. It was like blowing out a mess hall. This blowing out range finders. Trying to find, let's save 300 tons here, 400 tons there. That treaty battleship era, that was a wild and crazy era. So that would be the Washington Naval Treaty, which was supposed to prevent the naval arms race of the Dreadnought era. That was not super successful. It did lead to, in part to those Deutschland class cruisers, which, we'll be painting. I have 2 of them printed out. I think I might actually paint 2 of them in one stream. Nice to see you there, Plankwalker. Happy Armada Monday to you. Great to see you there, Doji. If you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead, like always. Happy Tuesday there, Doji. Gamma, there we go. Okay. Actually, I might, here, let me move some of these out of the way here. That's better. No problem, Doji. So great to see you again there, Plankwalker. Again, first of the Royal Navy ships here. I also have Repulse set ready to go. That's actually all primed. And then I've got, I think even right now, I've got at least two Krieg's Marine ships ready to rock and roll too. Technically three. So Doji, did you have a chance to share your stuff in the chat there? Again, everybody please check out the fabulous oil painted stuff that Doji's been doing. There you go. Check out that Instagram link. You know what? I sees here we got to get our Payne's Gray back. And we're going to get part of that turret. We're also going to get some of this here. Maybe even part of that turret there. Nah, not you. Huh, not you guys either. Okay. Fine. Be that way. Oh, again, so Velfira, for whatever reason, uh, I think that the settings that I've been using on the Anycubics there, they have been making the printing take artificially longer. So we'll see what the results were. Again, I couldn't quite get to it before the stream here, but I'm hoping after the stream to go get down there and see, okay, is the quality at least the same? Because if it's twice as fast and the quality is the same, well, that's a bueno thing. If the quality is better because it's not pausing on all these different layers, that would be even better. So I'll probably be shooting you a message about that tomorrow, Valfira. Hopefully, again, there's good news from that front. Okay, there we are. Yeah, up here too. Almost kind of a weird tan gray type color. And now we gotta let that just do its thing. It's gotta set. So let's start fooling around with some watery stuff here. I wonder, let me just grab this brush here. It's the it's not the Torquemada stuff, is it? Again, it's the Trench Crusade, and it's the Kickstarter. I think it just ended, or just like whatever, just finished. I guess I should say. I don't know if anybody's gotten a message from Conquest Creations, because I was just I was checking yesterday. I didn't see any messages from Conquest Creations about the Kingdoms of Saxonia Part 2. Come on, a little bit more of that white in there. We're gonna get some of our seafoam, some of our seafoam green in there as well. Right now, we're just trying to get some of these lighter sculpted waves worked in. And by the way, we're 39 minutes in, and we also had the raid too, so it's really been sort of like a half an hour. Don't blink with the oil paints, of course. Come on, there we go. Those waves again up along side of the ship here. Start thinking about what's happening on the stern. Let's really start to lighten this up now. If you're looking to use these are 3D printed from Lee McCall on My Mini Factory. If you're looking for a game system to use these with, Warlord just happens to have a 1/1800 scale Victory at Sea game, so you could use them in that game. The nice thing is that the base size does not matter because everything is measured from the bridge, which is fantastic because it means I get to do all this fun stuff with my bases, and it doesn't have any effect on the potential gameplay. I still have to find something to represent the planes though, because that is it's been problematic at best trying to find plane files. Maybe I should just look up Victory at Sea supplement something or whatever and see if maybe something pops up there. Valfera, it looks like a certain creature just nabbed you right there. Yeah, Valfera. Remember, Valfera, you can claim vengeance now. Yes, you are not helpless against the machinations of the autocorrect monster. You can reveal him, should you so choose. I like the idea of seafood green, because I'm already kind of hungry here. So there he is. There is the most dreaded and feared and loathed character now on the channel. That would be the autocorrect monster. Fear him because, well, yeah, he is a bad hombre, right, Valfera? He is a bad hombre. That's another animation that I created as I was trying to kind of figure out certain aspects of, well, as we call it, Skynet. Valfera, I was hoping over the next couple of days to do the Wapelius Spellbrush I'll Be Back animation. That'll actually be a test for other animations. So I figured, okay, I'll do something that's not, it's just kind of for funsies here on the stream before I start doing it for things that are a little bit more important, I guess. Once again, working in some of this much lighter stuff here into our water effects. Then we're going to go even lighter in some areas with some of that, again, seafood green. Actually, well, a blue spirulina, it really is kind of blue. I was going to say, well, blue spirulina is kind of almost on the greenish side of things. Where are you hiding? We'll just grab this guy here. And again, this is going to have a little bit more of a greenish tint to it, I think. Also, we want that to blend a little bit with what is already on here. Now, I'm going to have to make sure that there's some medicine jars around him, right, Valfera? Again, it's probably not going to be terribly complicated because having more complicated motions, well, they don't necessarily do what you want them to do. They disobey orders. Yeah, okay, fine. I'll just use this here, grab some of that, and here's some of our bluish gray to start getting some lighter things happening out here in our basically ambient water. Where's my... There it is. Yeah, it's a very sad sight, right, Valfera? An empty medicine jar. I guess Maybe we'll have another screen, Velfare, that just says off to refill a prescription. So see you later there, Doji. Have yourself a good one. And best of luck with all the one-to-one terrain. So Lead Logic, yep, this is a kind of late war camo scheme right here on your Nelson/Rodney class. One of the more bizarre treaty era ships. I mean, like, really bizarre. I mean, this just is really, 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 really strange. When you kind of think about all the things they were trying to achieve with it, it makes a little more sense. But boy, this did not handle very well at all. Obviously, this had a tendency to act as a sail on windy days. And having your entire broadside sitting right in front of your bridge and everything else, that also led to a lot of issues. I believe there's like a mess hall that literally got blown apart the first time they fired a genuine salvo. Now again, we're doing this, then we're gonna do some of our darker sort of rust type of thing. And again, oh, here's a. So I was filming this right here, and this video is probably going to go up, if not tomorrow, the next day on the Patreon page. This is our very first Battlefleet Gothic painting series on the Patreon page. I'm looking for, you know what? Maybe this will do it. Maybe this will do it here. Ooh, okay, there's a little too much thinner on that. There we go. That's going to soften up some of this. More here. Sure, we'll soften up this, some of the churn back here too. Grab one of my, one of these guys here. Gonna grab, this is the most fascinating part of the stream where we mix our dark rust color. Yeah, this is gonna be super fascinating right here. We're gonna take our basically like a Indian red kind of thing here. We mix it with this Van Dyke brown over here. Thinner. Goes in there. And then the most stunning part of the stream where we mix the paint. Yeah, look at this. This is the most fascinating part of the stream that everybody waits for, right, Plankwalker? So again, I've got, I have Repulse, I have Hood, printed out, ready to go. I also have, well, Gneisenau / Scharnhorst. I have one of the H-class ships printed out. Bismarck's actually all set and ready to go. Let's see, weird, and also, well, Graf Spee, that's ready too. So here is Repulse. That's all set and ready to go. Get this all mixed up to here. Grab this guy so that that's going to sit on an angle like we need it to. And away we go with some of this. Doing the whole pin line wash thing here. Get down into that deck planking there. Then of course this again he must this must be like an earlier era ship because as I mentioned earlier I've done destroyers that had like 30 mooring cleats on them and this is yet another ship. No mooring cleat to be found anywhere. So that must have just been something he started putting on later ships or something. So apparently these ships just were able to stay in port like they just like those giant magnets or something on the dock. That's what is magnetized docks. They didn't need any mooring lines or anything like that. Also, too, what you didn't see on Repulse when I was showing that was the boat deck. So yes, there is a boat deck here. So maybe post painting, I'll have to get a couple of the extra boats from Repulse and put those on here. Now it makes sense why there was something like 8 boats or something like that on the Repulse sprue when there's only space for 4 of them. That now makes a little more sense. And at least here, I could see the difference in these 2 turrets. Because if I put one of these over here, none of these, the super firing turret never would have fit there. There is no instructions or anything like that. You just gotta kind of know your ships. You're sort of on your own there. Ooh, yeah, that would have been a bit much right there on the anchors. Okay. And yet they still had a tripod mast, even with the hotel superstructure there. I mean, this thing has just about everything except a tumble home design. That it almost has it on there. That'd be your crazy French pre-dreadnought ships. Nope, we'll leave that alone. Let me see what we can scare up out here. Or does some of that stuff still might still need to set a little bit more? Yeah, we might need to allow that some time to set. That's fine. Let me just get all of this rusty stuff out of here. Also, let me get this out of here because that's going to go flying at some point. Yes. Back to the water. I guess I'm already going to have to get me some more white out here. We are chewing through that pretty fast. Not a surprise. So again, our Thursday painting could be either a landscape of Middle-earth or it actually could be a painting of what am I, miniatures, basically something that I could use for a video. Oh yeah, that does actually show up way more than I thought it was going to. You know, I'm gonna extend this one out here. Let's do that. See how it just kind of blends right there? I mean, it ought to. There's all this wet paint here. I guess I'm gonna have to try to do some more spraying of the terrain. I guess outside tomorrow while I can, because it is just going to be toasty. I guess it's going to be super toasty down there for you too, right, Valfera? I don't know what 4th of July is looking like for you, but I think it's supposed to be 94 here or something like that. Either there it's 94 the day before that. No, I think maybe 4th of July might be 94 degrees or something like that. So I figured if it's going to be that hot up here, it's going to be mighty toasty for you down there. Don't know if it's still all toasty in the northeast or not. Yeah, the wonder of dehumidifiers, because it's 79 degrees in this room, but the humidity looks like it says 39%. Okay. Actually, you know, on our stats, okay. I see something here on our starboard side. Well, let me get rid of this first. One sec. I see something here on our starboard side. I need to get this back. That actually gets extended all the way out to A turret there. Yeah. Fine, we'll lighten up that a little bit more. Extend this further. So it looks like we're just about to hit hour 1 here. And not only do we have our water well underway, but we've got our Dazzle Camo also well underway. Aha, okay, so that... Gonna widen this out a little. And then it also reaches... Got one of our secondary mounts there. Now we're gonna start getting a little bit of our lighter stuff on our superstructure here. Okay, that went a little wonky. Try that again. Just get rid of that. Now, well, sorry that's being pesky there, Valfira. I wish that you could... There could be some more mustard-free days there. Although, it is weird, Valfira. I mean, we're approaching 4th of July. There's going to be mustard all over the place. Same deal here. Guys, start getting some light here on our barrels. Top of our turret there. I mean, aside from the autocorrect monster, right, Velfira? I mean, there's nothing more, no more fearsome creature than this to be found in all of Wappleville. Yeah, people think it's the fireworks, right, Velfira, that they need to be worried about. No, it's all the mustard. Come on, there we go. Start getting again. What little anti-aircraft mounts. There are. We have to start getting something on those. And again, we've got our secondary armament here. Now, of course, 4th of July. That means that the stream that day is going to start really, really late. I believe is that a Friday? I'm fairly certain 4th of July is a Friday. And not a Saturday. Well, either way, it doesn't matter. Uh, there is no point in starting the stream until at least some of the fireworks dies down. And that means it's going to be probably more like a midnight start. It's going to be almost more like a July 5th stream. Yeah, so the Friday stream most likely is going to be closer to a Saturday stream. Now I'm starting to visualize a whole bunch of folks here, shall we say, people that have had maybe too many refreshments on a really hot day, and they're going to be utilizing some serious ordnance. Unfortunately, Valfira, that is scheduled for, I think, July 19th, when I will not be here, of course, right? Yeah, that is, they scheduled literally on the one day that I would not be here. Using this as a blending brush here. Just kind of feathering out some of those edges. So hopefully people have some fun things planned for, well, for their 4th of July stuff. There, we gotta get the tops of those. Again, the secondary mounts here. We'll have to get the ends of the barrels. Oh, that's right. So yeah, Tundra. That just reminds me that well, I have also been doing some songs for videos on our ships. So I already have an Enterprise song. I have an Arizona song. I've got a Bismarck song. What I want to do is actually paint. This will be the weirdest canvas ever, Valfira. I just want to paint this water on a canvas because it'll have a little bit of texture, right? And because when I put these ships on there and then I try to use them for, say, the videos, it can't understand why the water just, that's the water's edge, right? Yep, Velfair, that's what I'll be doing since there's no point in streaming because of all the, shall we say, the sound and fury. So it means I actually get to see those. Let me work this in here. Ironically enough, there's been several 4th of July streams. I know there was one I was painting a creature caster figure. No idea which one it was, but I do. Actually, that was probably in 2020. Yeah, that was probably 2020. I was painting a some kind of creature caster figure on that one. Because I'm pretty sure that Peter was in the chat hanging out with us. I tried to make sure it was as different from Sabatones. Bismarck song as possible. Well, as much as 200 characters would allow. Come on, blending brush. To the rescue. There we go. There's a couple of barrels here that do need to be darker just because of the influence of the dazzle camo. We gotta get the dazzle camo back here on the aft part of this turret. There we are. I can't quite recall off the top of my head just how slow your Nelson Rodney ships were, but they were not swift. That was not something that they did very well. Come on, there we are. Getting the end of these barrels now. A little something lighter right up against the edge of that deck there. Here, let's get this attached. On the superstructure, I just kind of had to wait for some of this to set. I mean, that is a genuine thing there. So you just got to wait for things to set, especially with the oils. Velfair, I'll send you a new graphic. It was something that I actually made in Copilot. There was a book of WAPO where the book was actually open. Like open, as opposed to here where it's kind of, it must have like one of those spiral bindings or something like that. That's, oh, I think I already shot right past it. So yeah, I mean, again, I really, really do love these. Now, of course, here we're trying to make sure that we adhere to the less is more and more is way too much. Also, no layering of the oil paints because, well, they layer themselves. As usual, the heavy gloss gel. Gosh, is this the Liquitex or the golden? I guess, oh, it's the golden. Yeah, okay. So this is, again, the stuff that we use for, we call it Elementum because we even use it to sculpt fire, waterfalls, you name it. Yeah, actually, Velfera, have you had a chance to watch the 3-in-1 video yet? Where I use the modeling paste to prime, or sculpt, prime, and paint all in one shot. Okay, yeah, that's starting to work out a little better now. Yep, more of these little guys over here, spread out on the deck. That is something that I wish I knew something about, oh, I don't know, 20 years ago, Velfera, maybe 25 years ago. Yeah, that would have been very helpful for a whole ton of projects. Let's put it that way. I guess better late than never, right, Velfera? Now I need some of my mid-range gray again. That is not a very impressive stack right there. Searchlights. Well, again, better late than never, right, Valferic? Well, let's see. I think I did 14 basically Easterlings on the last two streams. There's no way that's happening, right? Otherwise, right, Valfira? But yeah, that certainly would have been nice to know about a whole long time ago. So yeah, I think now it's starting to coalesce. I think Gandalf and that cart, because that's something that I've wanted to. I wanted to paint one of those. I don't know, for about 20 years. Speaking of a long time, right? Camda, how you doing? Great to see you again, Camda. Camda, if you want to share anything in the chat there, like always, please go ahead. Let me shift this back. Also up here. There we go. Get that on that part of the turret there. Everybody, please check out that link that Camda just shared. Now, it is possible that the week after this, if I can get those new, whatchamacallit, miniatures, those new Trench Crusade figs, those Conquistador ones, if I can get those based and all that, we could be painting some of those on the probably Friday, Saturday streams next week. But again, this Friday is going to be a later start for sure. So just be aware. There's nothing untoward that happened or whatever. It's just no point in starting pretty much almost before midnight. Back to the darker part of our. I almost said ambush camo scheme. No, this is dazzle camo. Wrong vehicle. Also wrong country. Come on, there we are. And again, so to speak, just getting underway. We're what, an hour, 12 minutes in here? Just getting into it. I am going to also try and get the last bit of this turret here. Again, that is also part of our darker dazzle camo. More of our crazy tan camo goes up here. And again, the crazy apartment block style superstructure of the late interwar period for the UK. So again, great to see you there, Camda. We need to get here. We gotta really emphasize the barbette here. All right, back up here for again more of our dazzle camo there. This part too. I think yeah they should have Maybe if they had just used sponsons, they could have actually done a little better layout on this thing, right? Right, Camda? Again, a very, very, very odd design. But then, of course, your Japanese ships had all the pagoda style, like Kongo, Fuso, Issei, Nagato, all of those with where they took the tripod masts and stuck as much stuff on them as they possibly could. And if you ever see pictures of USS Texas down there, and I guess it's in Houston or whatever, it has a layout much more like like Fuso here, or is that Fuso? And I think that's Nagato. And again, those crazy old casemated guns, which a certain other country also had. Again, casemated guns. So this is your, yeah, that's there's two ships of the same era right there. Just bizarre to think of that. The obsession with the, yep, the full broadside, the all guns forward type thing. Trying to avoid the super firing turrets at the same time because of weight distribution and just weight in general. So Camden, I hope that today was not too crazy of a day for you. Again, I know I put the latest video up there. Actually, that was the Rakashar video, wasn't it? Was it the Rakashar video or was it the our fungus peel? I think it was the Rakashar video. Yeah, that was. Even since then, I've learned a whole ton about the image generation. So that one actually has some old information when it comes to generating the reference images. So we're gonna start getting some of the later stuff on our deck planking as well. That's fantastic, Camda. Thank you so much, Armored Wolf, for posting a link to the Patreon page. If you do that Army Painter pledge level thing there, well, get ready with your popcorn because you're going to have let's see, what is it, 2,400 hours worth of videos to watch. So yeah, get ready for that. And even if you binge all that, I'm making roughly about 20 hours of new videos every month, so you're never going to run out. There will always be new videos for you on a vast range of topics. It's not just the usual kind of painting videos, there's even a kind of a printing workshop type video. We've got our airbrush series now. We've got eBay rescues. We started up that series. Mr. Stark, I don't believe. Now that you mention it, well, technically Gamwin doesn't do Alkyd paints now either. But I don't know if there's any Williamsburg Alkyds, right? It would be groundbreaking, wouldn't it, Mr. Stark? I mean, Williamsburg quality, but still Alkyds. Oh, and by the way, avoid those CAS or CAS Alkyds or whatever. Yeah, those are just The, yeah, Mr. Stark, Williamsburg pricing, not Williamsburg quality. Let's put it that way. Not even Paul Rubens quality. Yes, the Paul Rubens Alkids at like less than $2 a tube if you're getting all the sets, still better than like a $10 tube of the CAS Alkids. Oh, those were nasty. And that's what I thought I was getting, Mr. Stark. I thought, okay, this must be kind of like the Williamsburg of Alkids. No, it was more like the Schmilliamschmerg of Alkids. Now that's just for a special line of brushes, right, Camda? The ones that are they're already they come pre-filled with things like super glue, uh, paint worn off the handles. So yeah, these this is our special line of the $500 brushes right here. They come like this. You don't have to try and work them into that state. Again, with the glue and the tile grout on there. Get the here a little bit on that rudder. Now we're going to try and do a little something here with this. For some of this deck plate, unless we need to keep waiting. No, I might wait a little bit longer on that. All right, we'll wait a little longer. I'm gonna try though to get some of that up here. So now we can start to kind of refine things. We're also gonna see if there's maybe some areas we can do a wee bit of some weathering too. So yeah, Mr. Stark, they're called opera covers. If you check out we did a video on these already. Well, actually, we've done probably 4 or 5 tutorial vids with these, but there's one specifically about these. It's one of the, I think it's either the latest color, it's the second to latest color theory and oils video, I believe. I mean, yeah, Camden, not every line of brushes has tile grout already on the handle. I mean, just think of what that saves you, Camda. You don't have to put that stuff on the handle yourself. It's already there. I mean, I think that makes it more than a $500 brush. That makes it more like a $600 brush. I mean, think of the convenience that the tile grout's already on there, and the super glue, and all the dried paint, and the fact that it's been left sitting in water for a while, so the paint is coming off the handle, right? And some of them have the backs broken off of them. That's the. I was trying to think actually. In some ways, Camda, it almost acted a bit more like a cobalt type of a thing. It was definitely odd. It's hard to describe, right, Camda? Hard to quantify sometimes what the difference is in some of the paints. That's why we do recommend things like the color charts. Trying to get me some of these windows up here again in our superstructure. Yeah, Camda, again, that's what makes this line of brushes so special. Just think, you could use the brush yourself and put a week's worth of wear and tear on there, but we say no. We're gonna do that for you. We'll get them to you with all the wear and tear in place. Mr. Stark, the other fluorescent blues, which is kind of interesting. The other, and Armor Wolf and I, we've talked about those other kind of fluoros it's almost, the other ones seem more like a manganese blue hue. That's what the other ones look like. I've actually tried to do a little bit of a pigment search just to see, okay, are these guys literally just repackaging manganese blue as fluorescent blue? Well, you can see our Dazzle camo lines a little bit more intact now. Here, we gotta get on the starboard side now. And of course, this gray, it still is gray. This is not white, believe it or not. Yeah, Cam. I mean, think about it. A brush like that, it's been years. It has taken years. It's kind of like, oh, it's like aged wine, right? Yeah. If that wine's been down in a cave or something like that, special temperature control for potentially years, you would expect to pay a premium for that, right, Camda? So just like a fine wine, our line of pre-aged one true brushes. Now I'm going to try and get the lighter stuff maybe here on some of these portals, like you do. That's better. Oh, I got to continue the down this way, and then we also have to continue that on our turret there. Also there. Camda, some of it was really funny, right, Valfair, in those early days where something would be mentioned as far as, okay, here's something that we use, and it would just disappear. It'd be gone everywhere. It'd be gone from Dick Blick. It'd be gone from. It'd just be sold out everywhere. It got to the point where I had to say, "No, I'm not telling you what I'm using. I'm not telling you that such and such is on sale." Although there is some kind of sale on Dick Blick right now. Obviously, kind of a 4th of July type sale. Now, Camden, Valfair, have you done any kind of scoping out of potential July 8th through 11th? That's when the prime thing is, right, Valfair? You know what? I'm just gonna try and sneak in. Ooh, okay, that was a little more than I wanted right in there. Let me use this brush like an eraser. That's better. Okay. I mean, technically, you could call some of your platforms on your tripod mast. You could almost call those a sponson, but they really are more like platforms. The one crane, this is the only crane on the entire ship that I could see, and it's actually nowhere near the boat deck. If that is the boat deck, I have no idea how they're getting the boats on and off of there, because with Repulse, and I mean, even here you can see it on Richelieu. Now, of course, there's no boats on that boat deck, which is odd. But maybe, I don't know, maybe I'm going to have to print up some more of the Repulse sprue and just put the boat deck. But see, you can see, I mean, again, there's a crane there for the boats. There is no crane over here for Das Boots. That needs to come all the way down there and be more squared off. Come on, let me get this now. Yeah. Oh, the little portals here. And then we're gonna come back into our water effects. Once again, we gotta try and get some even lighter stuff in the ambient water here. Which needs to kind of go all the way to, there we go. Yeah, that does need to actually go past our crest, our wave crest there. And of course, those can't just be all straight lines. We need to have some kind of variance there. I'm not looking all that different than our marble, right, on our Easterling bases. So some of that rust got down onto our waves there. I might throw, I'm just going to do it. I'm going to get me some fast matte white out here. Let's do that. It's not our faster matter white, right, Camda? Let me get all the paint out of there. And this is even brighter here. Let me get back to the stern. Boom. Been waiting about 35, 40 minutes or so for this stuff to set. So I can get back here on the stern and do this. Yeah, we use you as a blending brush. And all you can see, if you thought that was, our white, that was not white. Even this is still not technically white. It's still kind of mixing with some of the stuff that's already on there. There you go. So this is the heavy gloss gel like we've used on all of our ships. You can kind of see a little bit of it here. So, there you go. You can see some of the texture there. There's more of it. There's the heavy gloss gel, the stuff that we use to sculpt fire, the stuff that we use to make waterfalls, all kinds of fun stuff. That's yeah, it's not the modeling paste. That is something different. That is what we use for all of our snow and ice as well. Icicles, of course. Yeah, making icicles with it. And every single one of our ships. I mean, I think we gotta, if we don't have 30 ships now, we gotta be getting mighty close to 30 of these. I will try to get more of our smaller ships, our destroyers, cruisers, that sort of thing. I know I have at least one of the monitors. I think I have Cerberus. There. And come on, there we are. Okay, well, we gotta get a little bit of our light along this platform here. So we have the conning tower over here. Yeah, this was not a pleasant place to be when all three of these turrets would fire. The ends over the barrels. Roll out the barrel. We got to get the dark on the ends of those. Because there's nothing on the end of those except just, well, the light color there. And again, for as crazy as this design is and the limitations that it has, if pretty sure these were at least 15-inch guns, if not 16-inch guns, and if they hit you, that would still leave a mark, even though the ship design was really unorthodox. Only ever done on the Nelson and Rodney, and that's it. Nice to see their surface tension. Surface tension. Oh, gee whiz! You just reminded me there. Surface tension. Oh, looky here. We actually we have the stickers now. So yeah, that's our fabulous stickers. Now, again, this was the first test run. I am going to go back and I'm going to lighten the red, right? Because you'll be able to. Well, here, let's do a test. a gratuitous film noir, Belfera. And of course, if you want to share anything in the chat there, surface tension, please go ahead. Yeah, so, so you can still see that because the value, they made the red way too dark. Again, that wasn't them. That was the GPT. Great to see you there, Grand Oracle. Appreciate that. So this one is Rodney Grand Oracle. I think is this the 1943 or 44 Dazzle scheme? It is definitely Rodney. So great to see you there, Grand Oracle, and here's hoping that you had a lot of fun over the weekend doing painting stuff or printing. Again, I hope the printers are still doing fine. Grand Oracle, I may have made a discovery, and again, it was not a discovery that I was ever intended to make, but it would seem that with this new version of Chirubox, it kind of changed around the settings of the Mono X, and now it actually is printing literally twice as fast. We will see if the quality has actually improved because the layers aren't just like sitting there, if you know what I mean. That that it's just not sitting there creating more layer lines because it's not moving on to the next layer fast enough. Only one way to know, and that's later after the stream, is to check that out. It's one of the many things we'll have to do after the stream. So yeah, actually, Grand Oracle, there's a lot of, I've seen them many, 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 many times. There's actually some wild images of these being scrapped. And I mean, it's pretty distinct because you see three big holes, where the barbettes used to be. So yeah, if you want to check that out, there's definitely, I've seen at least two different, I think, photos of the scrapping process of your Nelson and Rodney. Yeah, this is not part of our British underwater navy. And I also have Repulse is ready to go. So there is Repulse that is ready to, oh, you can see there, see again the texture camda? There you go. You can really see it a whole lot easier there. Again, that is sculpted in. And check this out, Grand Oracle. This is another first right here. This is the first piece of terrain that wasn't, say, an Oliphant, that was printed in the with the 0.08 layer height. So some Harad stuff right here, since I'm doing potentially on Saturday a bunch of Harad figures. Grand Oracle, you'll have to send me a picture of some of your 1/2400 scale ships there. So yeah, that's the new stuff from actually Grant Oracle. Did you get any emails from Saxonia 2 yet? Because I checked earlier today, I still have not gotten any messages from Kingdom of Saxonia Part 2. So Camda, again, you need this because, again, if you want to do waterfalls, icicles, any of that stuff, you need this right here. That is very crucial. There's not a ton of icicles on here, but there's a few. You can see them. See it right there. I've got a bazillion different videos on that Camda. Again, you can just use the probably that search engine type link that Ryan created, and you can find any videos on icicles there, or even heavy gloss gel. So thank you so much for being here, Mr. Stark. Appreciate that. So happy Tuesday, Mr. Stark, and well, hopefully we see you maybe on Thursday. And again, just a little programming note: the Friday stream, the 4th of July stream, for obvious reasons, is going to start later. Because even if it's 200 degrees here, I have a feeling we are still going to have some serious munitions. We're going to have folks breaking out all the heavy equipment there. And I really don't want to have a situation where almost there was one year where the miniature almost just flew out of my hand along with the brush. Because again, back in the day, you used to give like little 5-year-olds the sparklers and that sort of stuff. Now it's like, oh, you give the toddlers the M80s and the M100s, maybe some sticks of dynamite. They just kind of run around with those, throw them at each other like the kids do. Because now it's a much stronger ordnance these days. Surface tension, I've already had a couple of streams. There was a couple in May. There's already been at least 3 streams this month where there was some serious ordnance going off. Now that might have been on days where it wasn't almost 100 degrees, so that might have something to do with it. Surface tension, we got to do some kind of a... I know you did that one weather map type thing, but there's a part of me, surface tension, that, again, this will be when I really know what I'm doing with the videos, but make some kind of like news flash type video with the death orb in the sky, surface tension. Now it'll just be like a sunny day in the English countryside or something like that, but there'll just be, sirens and emergency vehicles and people running around. Actually, Landrast, that was last night while I was filming. Yeah, let's just say a few chocolate covered raisins might have been consumed. I blame the subsequent earthquake detection on the New Madrid fault because that's what you can do. I did not claim responsibility for that disturbance in the Earth's crust. I'm going to try and get me some more of this lighter jet color over here. So yeah, I was just visualizing surface tension, this whole emergency in Welshlandia. Giant death orbs spotted in sky. No, that's too late. Let's darken that down. Let's retreat to this. Okay, that's more like it. And that's going to come up this way. I'm gonna split this again, maybe? I don't know. Let me try this. More of a Payne's gray here. Something more like that. Let me see if I was now for a little bit of our lighter rust. We haven't done any of that yet. I mean, well, let's see. We're about at hour 2 almost. Yeah, surface tension. I do believe they call that the dual purpose uh, rain guard and death orb shield. Again, these are close enough. Those are almost sponsons right there. They're pretty darn close. Not quite. Video. Let's see. I think actually there was one stream Landrast that I was really expecting that there would have been some way to hear that. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was actually a stream from not too long ago, actually. That's one of its main features, right? Surface tension. It's not just H2O resistant; it's also UV resistant. I keep getting all of these stupid ads now on YouTube for the rain gear or something like that, where the guy's basically wearing like a plastic bag or something like that, and they say, "Whoa, this is way better than a plastic bag." I would think that most items of clothing probably have more function than a plastic bag. Just throwing it out there. What do I know? Now, of course, here we've got the our darker dazzle camo. This is really gonna it'll stand out not just against the light stuff, but also against that dark. Oh, that's the other thing I'm gonna have to do here in a bit is also get the edge of this to see how are we looking at our water. Now, speaking of the water, let's give this all here a chance to chill while I take some actual thinner here. We're gonna get some of our green, some of our blue there, and we're gonna make some seafood green, as we call it now. That's gonna have to be a new menu item. Valfera here in the Wampleville restaurant is the seafood greens. There we go, and see, it's kind of acting as a little bit of a glaze over the top of that. Yeah, surface tension. I think. I guess that's probably a towel or something like that. I keep thinking of the rain ponchos that we had as Boy Scouts. Now they were designed to work also as like a survival type thing where you could kind of put them take some basically some sticks of wood or something like that and kind of rig them so that they would collect water. You didn't actually have to do that to have them collect water. You just had to wear the thing and it collected water on the inside just fine. Yeah, you did not actually have to prop it up on sticks or anything like that. Yeah, that specialized Boy Scout rain poncho. It could collect rain very easily. It didn't even have to bother with all that setup. I think that was like one of its hidden features that they didn't really mention. They didn't want you to get lazy and just rely on that, the auto collect feature that it had. Okay, yeah, I think we've got, we might go back with a little bit more of our really dark stuff on the water there. So again, used a little bit of the thinner into, let me go back to this here. Okay, there we go. Yes, in Welshlandia, you don't collect the rain collects you, right? Surface tension. We are now back to the super, super straight up opaque white here again. Couple of spots. Blending brush again. Ah, there we are. One of these has to, I'm going to have that one be all the way to the edge now. This blending brush wants some more. Same blending brush. Blending brush. Again, just like these bases here, again, this was our first episode of Series 47. That is probably going to go up either tomorrow or Wednesday or something like that. And I will be trying out that, again, that I keep wanting to say water effects. I guess it's just the UV resin. It's essentially what I think. It's the exact same stuff that Green Stuff World makes. I want to compare that to the Green Stuff World version, not just the UV stuff, but also the light that comes with it. So I wasn't initially going to get the light, and I don't really need that. I've got at least two of the GSW flashlights here. And I thought, no, we should really compare it. So let's see if that's better, because not everybody has the Green Stuff World 405 lights. It's a tiny little thing. Ah, that's fantastic. Everybody check out that Mastodon link that Surface Tension just shared. Surface Tension, I've got to dig out those bull centaurs. So again, the programming note for the Thursday stream might actually be painting a picture of Kamul the Easterling on Fellbeast, or part of our Easterling our Easterling city. A very different version of our landscapes of Middle Earth. There we are. More of that here. So that it looks more like a tan, less like the gray of the regular part of the hole there. Now we gotta try and get some more shading on that. We're gonna grab some of the That's some of our very warm gray right there, very warm but neutral gray. Oh yeah, yeah. Here on the other side of our superstructure. Let's do that. Maybe I will do the tan over here. I wasn't going to do that initially, but maybe I will there. Now I got to come back with some of my dark stuff here and restore some of our windows there. And again, the new stickers, they arrived today. So there you go, more stickers. Nice to see you again, Night Whisper. Everybody please give Night Whisper a follow. And of course, Night Whisper, why don't you share your stuff in the chat there? Night Whisper also does the fabulous oil painting, just like Surface Tension does, just like Camda does. So please go give Night Whisper a follow. Okay, thanks, Grand Oracle, because I know he said it wasn't like till July, right, that the files would be released. I just figured they would be sent I don't know, would you call it the survey or whatever message, I guess? Just, asking for people's My Mini Factory addresses. So everybody check out that link there that Night Whisper just shared. And again, everybody please give Night Whisper a follow. There's a couple of the portals here I've got to restore where we've got the later portion of our Dazzle camo here. Yep, over here too. Not so much on this side. So port side, we're pretty good here on these. Yeah, the starboard side is where a lot of the support nubs are. I'll be curious to see, Grand Oracle, if there's less deformation in some of the prints, if it is going faster instead of it just kind of lingering there on each layer. We are going to be entering a phase, though, I think, I don't know if it's next week or something like that, where it'll just be, I think it's going to be too toasty for any kind of printing. So we're going to have probably another pause in the printing coming up, so I got to do as much as I can in that time. So actually, Grand Oracle, I've been printing out. I think it was the Torquemada or whatever, the Trench Crusade, Conquistador themed stuff. I printed out the first set of those. We're gonna find out what those are like again after the stream. Right now, I've got another one of the Conquest Creations. Those Harad tents printing out right now. Surface tension, I think, once it gets to be probably about 85 inside, then it's getting maybe a little bit roasty toasty. I'm sure every resin is different. Might even depend on the sculpt too, surface tension. If it's maybe typical kind of maybe lighter stuff, it's not that big of a deal. But if it's sort of a heavier sculpt or whatever, maybe something that's not, or maybe something that is hollowed, that it might impact something like that more. I just have a feeling that the resin you're using probably has a lot to do with it. So what is that, about 115 degrees there, Camda? No, that's gotta be more like 120-ish. Again, I think the warmest temperature I ever actually experienced myself was, I think it was 137. That was the warmest temperature I ever actually experienced. And believe it or not, when you're in temperatures like that, and then you get out of the attic where you're trying to install an attic fan, and you go into the next room where it's 85 degrees, your lips turn blue, and you're shivering. And the people that are down there, they get real worried because they're wondering why, they're sweating because it's 85 degrees and you're turning blue and shivering like it's 50 below zero. Because, well, guess what? Temperature just dropped 50 degrees. Trying to lighten up my water here. And you can see there's variance, right? And some of these go all the way to the edge, some do not. So yeah, that was up in an attic, installing an attic fan. They would only allow us up there about 15 minutes at a time. They would say, it's been 15 minutes, get down here. That was a right bit toasty. I see I didn't get the... Whoops, okay. That was too much of the thinner on there. So fine, we'll just do this. No big deal. Let's try this again. So as it's been suggested, even Kathy's sister was suggesting, well, if I want to use the air fryer, it might have to go outside in the garage. So that might be happening, especially if the meat crate arrives, which it just might in the next week or so. I will try to get me a little bit of light on the undersides here of these windows. Let's do that. Right there. Also along there. So Night Whisperer, did you already have a chance to share your stuff there in the chat? Again, please, if you haven't already done that, share some of your fabulous oil painted stuff. I'm going to try these windows now. We did a little bit on those, but we definitely need some more. Thanks so much, Armor Wolf, for posting a link to the Patreon page. Again, we, was it yesterday, posted the latest Patreon tutorial video. That was the one with the water washable oils. That's it. Yeah. Sorry about that, Night Whisper. As I said it, I'm like, I think you did. Sorry, Night Whisper. The little bit of fatigue going on there. The brain that doesn't want to do all that brain stuff. So see you later there, surface tension. We'll see you on your Friday then. Again, beware of the giant death orb in the sky. That is too much there. So blending brush comes along, kind of minimizes that. Touch more of our light along these edges too. Trying to get a little bit more there on that spotlight there, or the searchlight, sorry. I remember you talking about that, Night Whisper. And all kidding aside, I think it was a ketchup container or something like that that was sitting on the floor, and I stepped on one of those. And it did very much do what you're talking about. Actually, Night Whisper, I think I stepped on I stepped on the bag of the marble dust and poked a hole in it. And of course, that marble dust is basically, it's like talcum powder in consistency. And all I was trying to do was just put that bag with a hole in it into another bag, just at least keep it from getting all over the place. Yeah, stepped on it, poked a hole in it. Night Whisper, I think it is possible that I might have used a colorful metaphor when that happened. I would not be surprised if maybe there was a forceful metaphor used. Here, just again trying to get their little portals here with some kind of light on them. Like we do. But also don't want them to look like they're... I mean, I guess there could be light shining out of them. But yeah, I had to do a very quick search for some kind of a Ziploc bag, like a giant one. Because, yeah, this wasn't like, a few ounces of marble dust. This was, I think, 2 pounds of marble dust, maybe 3. That was pretty crazy. I guess I should have done what I used to do back with some of my basing stuff, and that is put it in our favorite hummus containers. Yes, our basing materials. This is a cuisine channel after all. You combine basing and cuisine. All right. Fine, I'll just grab some of that. I'm going to stick some of that in here. Trying to get, again, the lightest of the deck planking here, maybe. Seems like, yeah, the paint has finally set enough where we can do this relatively easily. Some of that up there by the bow and the ink chains. This side too. So what was there? Oh, here it is. Here is Gneisenau. So there we go. That was our last the 1800 scale ships that we painted there. Just realized that. And again, the boat deck here, I'll try and grab a couple of the boats from the Repulse sprue and put those on there because that's where they're supposed to go. It's not on the the Rodney/Nelson sprue. For whatever reason, there's 3 extra turrets, and what's weird is they're all in sailing mode. None of them are in combat mode. They're all in sailing mode. So that seems a bit odd. No, now we have entered hour 2. And again, some of the little glazy things we did here on the deck plank, those have finally, again, they're not dry by any stretch of the imagination, but now they're set enough where I can actually kind of get in here and do some stuff with them. There was a point where it wouldn't have mattered how wet or dry the brush was. Wouldn't have mattered. That paint was not going to want to stick there. And that is why we don't want to be hasty little hobbits. This actually came to that was something I was, another animation I was thinking of doing was somehow, I'll take all the Hobbit figures that I have and try and film those or whatever with our Hobbit holes that we painted. And see if there's some kind of hasty hobbitses we can do, but I think I want to get, I want to get that cart painted because that could definitely go with all of our hobbits and our Shire stuff. Okay, I'm going to get that black along the edge here. Maybe we'll use this here brush. Because that really helps me see what's going on with our water. How dark has this gotten? Because right now that's the dark blue primer. Well, that already, yeah, see, that already makes a big difference here along my edge as far as what I'm going to be seeing there. Now this is just a piece of plastic card, by the way. Oh geez, I got to get me more of the plastic card too. That's right. I need to get more plastic card. Because I have been tearing through this stuff like crazy. I'm almost out of this type. I never, it was supposed to be for terrain. Actually, it was not meant for stuff like this. I think that's one, yeah, see here, that's really going to make a big difference. That versus this, oh yeah, big difference there. Okay. I think yep, good. I still have this water here, and there is that. Put you aside. Push some of that lighter stuff around now that I've just kind of plopped that on there. So it's almost like the old plop and push. A little more of my lighter deck planking back in here. Also some of that back here. A little more up here. Maybe not quite so much of the way. Let me get a little bit more of that. Essentially, Mars Yellow Deep. Almost there. Okay, good. Now I gotta try and sneak a little bit of this. I mean, these are some mighty wide deck planks. Here, these deck planks are They're wider than the 16-inch barrels of the of your main armament. So these are some hefty planks right here. Come on, there we are. A little more. I'm going to try to add a little bit more of this lighter tan here. We'll grab ourselves, maybe this is a, nah, no, 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 I'll use this as a blending brush here. That, okay, there we go. Better idea. Same thing on this side. I'm just trying to, oop, okay, that leaked over to where it should be darker. Well, that's fine. We'll go back this way. We'll just do this. Maybe a little darker. Now I'll come back with my light another time here. Let's do this. Okay, I think we got it now. You work up the... Yep, we got a couple of these blanks here that never really got our lighter stuff. Yeah, let me extend that back a little further here. Much more of the liner stuff back here. Again, that's not a boat deck right there, but this certainly is. Yeah, so you can, I think you can sort of see them here. Obviously, it's harder with the primer on there. So on the Repulse sprue, you get, I think it's like 8 of these boats, and only 4 of them fit on here. Actually, if you look at the render, I guess, of this, there are 2 different types of boats and skiffs and stuff. For whatever reason, or launches, there's just one on the actual sprue itself. I don't know what's up with that, but there's definitely only just one type of launch on that sprue. Back to our Payne's Gray, a little mixy there with the black. And now let's see if we can find like the darkest dark of our dark portion of our Dazzle camo here. Yeah, the other thing is Grand Oracle, like I was saying earlier, the Nelson Rodney sprue. Normally there's 2 type of turrets. There's combat and sailing. This one has 6 turrets and they're all sailing. So there's not like 3 combat and 3 sailing. It's just all sailing turrets. Which is why, that's why I'm thinking Grand Oracle that his the British fleet might have been one of the first fleets that he did. I know I was kind of focused on the mooring cleats, but I think that's another difference. Is that I think the difference in sailing and combat sprues. Now I don't know if his World War One collection is also newer, or if that's. I would imagine the World War One collection probably came after he did all of his initial World War Two stuff. Ah, there we go. Okay, that is a nice extra dark there. Grand Oracle. I know that there was apparently there was some kind of a health thing going on. Now that was many moons ago. I don't know if that is still the case. I'd have to ask the person that I do all of the BFG stuff with. So have a good night there, Night Whisper. Appreciate you being here. So have a good one there, Night Whisper, and hopefully maybe we see you on Thursday. And everybody again, please give Night Whisper a follow if you could. Let me darken up that too. Maybe also that. Thanks, Night Whisper. Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can find maybe one of the 12 by 12s or something like that. And I'm gonna try and paint at least this portion of the water there on that canvas and see if I can't use that for some of the ship photography. Well, it's got to fit in the photo booth, so I think it's got to be one of the 12 by 12s at the largest. Oh, I see I gotta get that dirt all the way down in there. Okay. And now I gotta reinforce some of these portals. There's gonna be a lot of these to do here. We'll start up here on the superstructure, but yeah, where some of the lighter parts of the Dazzle camo is, that's where we might have lost a few of these. So we'll try to restore those now. Also, too, don't forget the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. If you want to see any of these after the fact, right? Let's say you only saw the last half or last third of the stream. You want to see the opening part. You want to subscribe to this. There's no ads on this channel here. It's the Linseed Fellowship. Again, all that I'm doing there is I'm posting the Twitch highlights because Twitch doesn't let you do that anymore. So it means just your sessions go away forever, and that would be a lot of information that would just be lost. So that's why I made a whole new YouTube channel. And again, there's no ads on that. That's not what that's about. The whole point of that is just so that I can, again, post these somewhere so that we don't lose all of the information forever. And I think actually probably one of a new video was posted up there. I kind of what I have it now is like an auto posting or something like that, where I kind of schedule like 2 or 3 weeks worth. Eventually, it's going to be pretty much every second day or whatever. There'll be a new video that goes up there, or maybe a few new videos. I haven't done the little community alert type notices on that channel because there's just not quite the time for that right now. Because I'm kind of doing that already on the other channel and on the Patreon page. Let me see if I can get something later here. I might go and refresh my medicine real quick here in a sec. Bummer I didn't get to make the new I'll Be Back screen. We could have premiered it for the first time. Trying to get a little bit more of the lighter gray back here. I had to wait again for some of that rust and weathering stuff that I put there to set a little bit more. Ah, there we go. That's better. Do some of that right here on the third non-super firing turret. I don't want to get too late on that because I think that's about as late as I can go here on the bow, because otherwise our bow wave there, we're going to lose that. And then we'll probably try to do a little more with some of our little rust streaks or whatever in a few more places. Nope, nope, that's got to be dark because it's a part of our camo scheme right there. Yeah. Here's another area that got a little wonky. There's a big old cutout there. Not sure what that's all about. I guess it's just supposed to be like a really, really giant bay of windows or something right there. Oh, that's going to be too late. There, okay, there we go. That is more like it. Okay, so we will be right back. Don't go anywheres. We just got to get ourselves a little bit. I want to grab some more cough drops here. So again, I shall return. Don't go anywhere. We got to keep going with Rodney here. as promised, we have returned. Maybe I'll grab one of these guys here to do a little bit of the darker Prussian blue slash green here. So and that's got a little bit of thinner in it too. Let's try a little more Prussian blue. So thanks to Armored Wood for posting a link to the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel there. Again, there are no ads on that channel. That's the only reason I did that is because, well, I used to have every single session saved on the Twitch channel here, so that you can, it's like a little thumbnail and everything. Now, the one advantage of putting all that onto that YouTube channel is that it's way easier to find stuff. So now you just have to kind of, okay, you want to see 1800 scale ships or World War II ships or something like that. That's going to be in its own category. It's going to have its own playlist. So it'll be a whole lot easier to find specific things, whereas with the Twitch channel, you kind of just had to, well, keep searching until you found what you wanted by looking at thumbnails. So it is, there is a couple of advantages of the YouTube channel. That is why I used to take specific vids and put them on the other YouTube channel. I would kind of remaster them a little bit. I would maybe take out, well, like, okay, our little pause right there, that would be taken out of the video and stuff. But I do not have time to kind of remaster the videos like that anymore, so might as well just stick them all on the Linseed Fellowship channel. And the Instagrams there, that's where we post all of the finished stuff. Well, some. Yeah. Maybe 15% of everything that's painted ends up on the Instagram. Maybe a little more than that. Maybe 20-ish percent. Maybe as high as 25%. But there's a lot of it that never ends up there. Actually, I will be doing an Instagram post tomorrow. Or is it that Mantic guy, that War Master Artorias or something like that? That is going to go up on the Instas tomorrow. Let me do this some more this year. There we go. Where's a... Yeah, we'll use this as a blending brush here. Now, I did try, when I was doing the bases here, I did try to make sure that I put types of ships on the same size base. So capital ships in general are on one size base, as in this one. There's a few, like, well, Montana, the H class, your Yamato Musashi. Those are on bigger bases. And maybe I think might have been one or two of the carriers. Oh, speaking of which, actually Hood might have to go on a longer base. I don't even have, oh, that's right. Iowa class. Once I eventually do the Iowa class stuff, that's probably going to have to go on a larger base. I think it would be going like end to end on this base. But in general, the cruisers, they tend to be on one size base. Your destroyers tend to be on one size base. Okay, so I think our kind of ambient water now is, that probably has its darkest darks. I think we're gonna, I don't know if we really need to do anything lighter there. That might be a little bit muchly there. Now over here, these portals, let's got a little bit of light to do on those. Oh, so is that too much? I don't know. Let's see what happens. Yeah, it looks like we've got ourselves another liner brush that's about to enter its second line service days. It's seen a lot of action, so I think it's just about time where that one takes a little back seat. Grand Oracle, I do believe there is a 4th of July sale or some kind of summer sale underway on Dick Blick right now. I don't know if there's really anything super specific about it. I don't know if it's still in effect, but there was, I think it was a $5 off or $45 purchase or something like that. I mean, it makes sense that there would be some kind of sale on Dick Blick at this point, this time of year. There's probably a whole bunch of other sales going to be happening. Ooh, Bellinok, that's right, on their My Mini Factory. I got to be watching out for that. Their summer sale. Now let me go back to this dark. So here we got these the barrels on the secondary mounts. I need to sharpen up a couple little doodads on those, especially now that we have this. Wow, that is very different from this one. That is again more. It's seen a lot of action. And there. Boom. Same deal on these barrels here. Yeah, gotta get all that right now. Here, I think we're pretty good on these. Maybe the lighter edges on our turrets right here. Hey there, Tomahawk Warrior. How you doing? Everybody, please give Tomahawk Warrior a follow. So, Tomahawk Warrior, if you want to post anything in the chat, please go ahead and do that. Let me see. Where is there? Oh, here we go. So, yes, we now have our new Book of Wappo graphics. Actually, I'm trying to make a like an extruded thing that I can 3D print of a cover like that. I don't know if that's going to work, but we'll see. Of course, well, this started out pretty darn messy. It was very messy when it started out. And of course, we're gonna do a film noir after this because you would think something like this is a very compressed color range. Contrast would strictly just be value and not really color. Guess what? It's going to be now. Of course, we've thinned the oils a lot for some of this, but remember that does not affect them. They're not going to be like, say, if you take white and make it 95% thinner, it's still white. Whereas with acrylics, it just becomes it's like a semi-translucent Elmer's glue or something. And of course, more is always way too much. We also do not layer the oils. Why? Because the oils, they layer themselves. Now, here we go. Let's take this. You can see you got the warmer deck texture or deck color and all that kind of stuff. Let's do our film noir. Well, all of a sudden, there's no greens, there's no blue, there's no kind of ochre type deck texture, no neutral gray for your dazzle camo. But look at this. Something that you would consider a very muted color scheme. Well, guess what? It actually has quite a bit of contrast there. So yes, we a reading from the great book, right, Tomahawk Warrior. And again, Tomahawk Warrior, you want to share anything? Please go ahead and do that. And again, appreciate you being here, of course. Now we're gonna be streaming later, Tomahawk Warrior. Or yeah, just let folks know when you might be doing your next stream. Come on, there we go. That's what I wanted to do there. Now, hopefully, all the projects that you've got going are all working out well as close as what you would like them to, for sure. Let me lighten you up yeah, see the edge of that needs to be lighter. Like you do there, okay. Also here. Thanks, Tomahawk Warrior. I do believe that was dubbed the Panaline Galactica because I mean I know we were joking about it. It seemed like the Panalines had Panalines. That was really insane. So yeah, Tomahawk Warrior, basically flat Thursdays. This was earlier in June. This was our first flat Thursday. We did some flat tops for flat Thursday. Of course, we've been doing a ton of Spacescapes. And of course, the week before that, Babylon 5 here. Bestest show ever, right, Camda? So Camda, I'm really glad that you did enjoy that first season there, and here's hoping that you find your way to the other episodes too, the other 4 seasons. Bestest show ever. What was it? Oh, that's right. There was something that flashed across the screen there on Facebook. It was a Space 1999 post or something like that. That was a show I never saw as a kid, and then I think there was like one of those Tubi type, whatever those channel. Kathy found that. So is Sheridan now on the show, Camda? Because I think Sinclair does leave right at the end of season 1. Again, hopefully I didn't do a spoiler thing there. It's been a while. Come on. There we are. Get more of this later. Still on the Twitcher, we're going to maybe do a little bit of our weathering on those two. Okay, you know what? Here, let's present the more searchlights over here. Well, searchlight / signal light. That platform there, never did get anything on that. So, Camda, hopefully there comes a day where we can have a like one of those Discord watch party type things, and a batch of us can be watching B5 and some kind of Discord thing or whatever. And that was something that Kathy used to do with their friends, was be watching something via Discord like that. Discord is not really something, as you know, that I use very often or at all. You have a whole bunch of little items here on our deck. Those might be more tie downs there, I think. Yeah, we're gonna lighten that up too, sure. You know what? I'm gonna lighten the edge of that tack up here. Lighten up these guys. Oh yeah, up here too. It is also very telling that even on a ship like this that has a consistent freeboard, that they still have all of these, all of the water guards there. I mean, even a ship like Richelieu there has, you know, a very low freeboard aft. I think well, you can see the South Carolina class, a ship kind of developed around the exact same time as the same kind of freeboard there. Touch lighter now on the. I think we did this on the Dazzle Camo on the other side, on the port side. I don't think we did this on the starboard side. Got a little bit happy with some of the withering stuff there. So I'm just trying to kind of fill in some of this. I needed that stuff to set though. If I tried doing that even a half an hour ago, it really wouldn't have worked. So Tundra Christian, I don't know if you had a chance to share anything in the chat either. If you want to do that, please go ahead. And again, here is hoping that folks maybe had a productive weekend of painting, or maybe you got to play some games too. Either one or both is just fine. Back to this kind of warmer gray. The super firing barbette, got to get a little something lighter on that. That's all just the same, same dark there. And now a little something lighter. And blending brush time. So I just kind of pull this over here. I'm going to do a little bit more. Any brush can be a blending brush. Even our little tiny, especially, you know, once you can see that's, even my little white stripe that I painted on there is kind of worn off. That tells you that, again, that's been in service a while. And even though it was brushed, it's only going to last so long. That's why we've been starting to use the golden maple brushes more. Because, again, these are kind of, they take some of the beating from these, and these are probably 1/3 or less the cost of those same brushes, so why not use those and take, again, some of that extra wear and tear off of our other more frontline brushes there. Up here, this is, yeah, I can see this is another area we're gonna have to really, okay, that line didn't quite go in the direction it was supposed to, so we'll try this again. This paint is thinned down, but of course not thinned down to a pin line wash. That would be less than ideal. That would just mean it's going all over the place. Not really something we want. And again, with the oil paints, there is no layering. You do that with acrylics, okay, that's fine. But yeah, not with the oil paints. Let me go back to the, okay, I still have some of my, that's regular fast matte weight. That's not the faster matter weight. And again, now a couple little cut-ins here. You know what? There's actually a sculpted wave here that we should. Okay. It's like I actually sculpted something there. How's about we actually paint something on that and got this repulse here. It's way easier to see. Yeah, you can see the sculpted texture again. That's the heavy gloss gel. Now, obviously, we've added some color to it, just like we would paint the ship itself, right? And again, we're painting up our water effects here. Did I? Okay, there's another couple of these we're going to make later. Ah. So again, for a couple of reasons, I'm convinced that his British fleets might have been some of his very first ones that he did. Still convinced that the lack of mooring cleats. I don't know, Grand Oracle. That's and some of the wackiness with the the sprues, right, where the Nelson slash Rodney sprue has like extra sailing turrets but no combat turrets. Oh, also too, the Repulse doesn't have on the sprue. It has a whole bunch of the launches and boats and a couple of cranes and no. It has no turrets on it. The turrets are actually just Queen Elizabeth class turrets, and that's just a separate file. So I have a feeling that the British Navy might have been one of his first ones. Because at first I was like, okay, why no more? I've yet to see a British ship that has any mooring cleats on it. Ah, that's fantastic, Camda. Okay, sometimes you kind of you build up a show or you build up anything, right? And people they kind of have a bit of an expectation, and it maybe is not always easy for that expectation to be met. So I was getting a little worried there. Yeah, I'm gonna try to lighten up a little bit of this stuff back here too. Wow, there's much of the again. This is one of the shorter, more squat ships. And again, you can see even your Richelieu class here, definitely much longer. They're both on the same size base because they're the same type of ship, same essentially the same type of capital ship. I wonder. Yeah, see, this was one of my very first ships here, and you can see, look at that. South Carolina is even shorter than Nelson was. But that was the first of your fast battleships. Nelson and Rodney definitely not part of the fast battleship class there. A little bit more light on the top of these secondary mounts here. Blending brush again. Camden well, again, that intro is very interesting because different people read the intro and it changes over the course of the show. I won't say anything about how it changes or whatever, but even the intro itself, Camda, is very much a part of kind of setting the stage. Okay, I think I finally got that little stretch right there. That's like the third little stab that we've had at it. That's not quite right there. And we're going to continue our right there. What about this? Yeah, we need to. Oh, geez. Oh, there's more. There's more windows there. Gotta get those. Gotta get these windows. There's a window. There's a window. Trying to do that again because that just got awful rounded out. Actually, Camda, I'm kind of convinced that as far as like the music goes and stuff, if they had some of the tools we have access to now, yeah, they're. Can you imagine? I mean, aside from all the animation, that the more obvious stuff, but even just something secondary like the music, what they could have had access to, again, what I'm using now even is so much better than anything they had. Okay, getting the last bit of little lights on the underside of those windows there. Maybe some of our lightest rust here. Let me see how this is going to work. And I'm going to focus that kind of on areas like, well, here, right, where we have the darkest of our camo. And again, not everywhere. We don't want it to look like a giant rust bucket or something. Also trying to think, okay, what are the most likely areas? Well, something like that, right, underneath your range finders there. Or up here, maybe on the stack or underneath that little. Oh, look, a sponson. There's some aircraft carriers, Camden, and some other ships that are kind of like USS Sponson almost, like our Panelline Galactica. Oh, geez, I forgot to tell surface tension that oh, was it Battlestar Galadriel? That's right, yeah. Made like a movie style poster. That was really hilarious. Again, trying to put me a little bit of this semi-weathering in a few places, not a ton. Not too much of it. This is certainly a little bit different than our last stream where we were painting up all the Easterling horsies. What, 4 of those guys we did? Trying to put a little more of that, okay, a little bit of that rusty stuff there. Especially off of the anchors. like you do. Yeah, Camden, just there are some ships where there's a ton, I mean a lot of sponsons. I see we have another set of dark here on this conning tower here. I mean, that is usually one of the most heavily armored spots in the superstructure outside of turrets. And part of it is you kind of want to maintain, well, control over your main batteries, but it's usually located very close to the main batteries, so you kind of want that to have a little bit of resistance from all of the blast. I know there's that one very famous image I talk about a lot. It's a modern day image, but it is one of your Iowa class ships, and it's firing a full broadside, and you can see the entire ship is shifting to the opposite direction that the broadside is being fired. It basically moves the ship in the water in the opposite direction that the guns were fired. Because there's not just the force, the recoil, there's also, well, all that stuff coming out of the barrels. That was something that I learned when I was doing the Civil War reenacting. And we were just shooting 12-pound, like, bronze Napoleon cannons. And the concussion of it would kind of lift you up off the ground, and then as it would shoot out the barrel, that would kind of suck you forward a little bit. So just imagine something that shoots basically cars 30 miles or 20 to 25 miles. Imagine the kind of force that's going to have. Because yes, these type of guns are designed to hurl a decent sized car, like probably an SUV or something like that, somewhere between 21 to 27 miles. Yeah, it's a little bit more powerful than the t-shirt cannons. Yeah, Cam, and of course the day that I did that, it was July, and it was 90 something degrees, and of course we're all wearing dark blue wool uniforms. Because of course stroll some of this here. There's some crazy little layer lines there, and again I wonder if those are going to maybe be dissipated a little bit with these new settings. Because there was, like, again, sometimes the starboard sides of the ship, there would be some deformation there as it's printing. Be nice to see that kind of go away. I'm going to get me my lighter stuff back here. This portal got a little bit too big. I'll just get rid of that little rust line there too. I'm going to expand on this part of the Dazzle camo here. Let me move my, some of that weight now. It's starting to get some of the yellowish color on there, which is fine for thing. I'm going to maybe try to get a little bit more on our deck planking here. And just in a couple of these spots where there's not really going to be any obvious shadows or whatever. Here too. Now, this, I'm actually going to. I know there's a little bit of something sculpted there, but because we've got the lighter camo thing that it ends right here, it's almost like it's connected to the wave somehow. So I'm going to take maybe this here, some of our green, some of our Prussian blue, and I'm actually gonna maybe paint some of that out here. Not completely. You can see phthalo green is a translucent color, so I could kind of partially just again, it's almost a little bit like it's a glaze, but it's not a glaze. Now, if you're using something like an Indian yellow, you can, for all intents and purposes, you could dry brush a glaze over something that's that translucent. Remember, the oils are really, many ways, different than the acrylics, and most people they instantly think of the whole drying time thing, which of course is part of it, but that really is not the whole story. There's a whole lot more. Thanks, Camda. Sorry that I didn't get the Albi back screen done. I'll try to have that ready to rock and roll by the maybe not the Thursday stream, but maybe the Friday/Saturday streams. Again, part of it does involve having to either reshoot the Spellbrush figure or, geez, possibly even paint a new one. I'm going to see what I can do just with the existing one. Because the issue is that he's surrounded by stuff. Even if I Photoshop the stuff out, well, he's still got the orange glow, which is a little bit of a problem. Okay, there we are. Some of our light there. Whoops, no. I'm gonna go to this side. Almost grabbed the wrong, now along here. I've got to get my Payne's gray in, but we need to do actually a little bit of some value stuff. There's also a little stairway right there. I need to continue that part of the camel pattern up in there, but here, let me get this Payne's gray. And now let me try to make that teensy bit lighter here. Also there, and then right there. This is another area where I need it. Dare I go a little lighter there? I'll try it. Still a little lighter right in this part of the superstructure. And that might just have to be it, yeah. This over here, I don't know, let me see if I can't fill that in here. Just filling in the gap. Another little almost semi-sculpting with the oils that I'm doing there. Another little kind of wave in wave type thing here. And then out here, might also do a couple later crests on our, we like to just call it ambient water here. Super thin. Because, yeah, I don't want those to just be straight lines. We need a little bit of variance in those. Which one of our brushes were we using? Here's again another one of our golden maple brushes here. Some of the phthalo green, some of the Prussian blue. There's some of our not radiant green. Okay, now that I think I've got myself a little bit of wet paint on there that I can kind of blend this into. And try to feed in a little bit of the gray there. And of course, once I was able to get that really dark line on the outer portion there, I could see that some of this was either way darker than I thought or way lighter than I thought. Because initially all that was along the edge was that the original, you can see some of it right there. See, that's the darker blue primer. Taking the Prussian blue and then just mixing that with the black. Now again, I might have to print out another South Carolina there and make a different base for it. But again, it doesn't really matter because if I'm doing that Victory at Sea, bases don't matter. It's just it's measured from the bridge. Thank goodness. And that is from Warlord Games. And there's also, too, remember, there's an aircraft component to it, especially if you're doing any kind of Mediterranean carrier actions there. I wonder if they have any scenarios written up, like where you can even do something like the Toronto raid or something like that. I realize there is some kind of there's a whole lot of weird little revisionist type things that are creeping in these days and trying to say that, well, the concept for Pearl Harbor didn't come from the Toronto raid. Well, if it didn't come from that, it didn't come from anything. Because seeing the success of what a few dozen antiquated biplanes could do against a prepared harbor, which was ready for him essentially, almost in some ways. That's just kind of ludicrous. Okay, again, maybe not too much more of the lighter rust color. Let me get back to this bluish gray. A little bit of it right there, right at the again. That's the forward part of this barbette here. So I'll be coming towards you. That's lighter. Now the other parts of the barbette, those recede. I gotta do the same thing on this side, but now we got switch tack here. This is to be a warmer gray. What we did over there was literally a bluish gray. This more of a brownish gray. And again, we'll do another film noir here. And see, all of a sudden there is no difference from the water to say even just the what we have on our deck. And here you'll see there's definitely a warmer gray, cooler gray. And of course we have all these brownish tan colors here that separate from all the greens and teals and blue in the water. And about 3 hours 15 minutes ago, this had no paint on it whatsoever. It was just primer and an awful lot like this right here. So here's our repulse here. And you can see the sculpted water effect. You can see how it's kind of churned up back there. And that was our, again, dark blue primer. That's what it looked like only a matter of just a few hours ago. I'm going to get you out of the way here. Still need that. Yeah, that's the warmer gray that I need here. Not the cooler gray, the warmer gray. I think that finally does it for that barbette. I'm not sure I would want to get much lighter than that. Gotta get a little something on that edge there. Nope, don't want to do that there. Oh, yeah, this definitely needs to be lighter. There is none of the... We don't have that camo there. It's up here, but not back here. So let's lighten up the side of this turret. Kind of missed that. Yeah, that's fine. Like if that's the benefit with the oils where you're not painting just one tiny little portion, you're just painting like one turret and that's it. Painting the entire ship all at once. Not just little parts of it, the whole thing. It's way easier to make adjustments. It also ultimately is a whole lot faster. I know people they like to be say, oh, I finished at least this by the end of the session. It will be faster to just have whole parts of it that are nowhere near finished versus finishing one tiny little portion. There's that little set of steers. There you go. Nope, that can't be quite so late. I think this is close to what I need there. Now I can maybe go a little touch later. Right up a little lighter. Nope, now that's definitely too late. Let's go backtrack a wee bit. Hard to really reach that area too. Now we're going to, okay, we have that lighter gray here. That platform definitely needs to get a whole bunch lighter there. So next Armada Monday, it'll either be something like hood or repulse. I think well maybe I don't know. It could be one of our Kriegs again. We've got. Okay, we'll call it not Gneisenau. It's Scharnhorst. It's actual Scharnhorst. Again, that's the other issue with some of Coco's models. Some of the files, they're not necessarily named the best either. Literally, the only difference between the Scharnhorst and the Gneisenau is that the Scharnhorst file comes with the float plane on the sprue. Gneisenau does not, which is weird because they both kind of had that. So I'm not sure what's up with that. I guess he was trying to make it so you could tell the difference between the two ships just by looking at them. It's funny, Grand Oracle Nelson/Rodney. That was not the first ship I was anticipating painting for the Royal Navy. Now we got it, and teensy bit later along that edge up there, mostly because it's high enough. I mean, this is literally a couple 100 feet off of the surface of the water right there. I mean, even just water line to the gunwale there, that's got to be a good 20 some odd feet, maybe 24 to 27 feet. So here I need that little bit of darker gray there because we have that white continuation there. Or do we just did? No, I'm going to keep it. I will keep that there. But I am going to lighten this up a little smidge more. Also up here too. Same back here. That's more like it. And trying to get that barrel extended, and then also we need a more edge on the back of all these turrets. They're all kind of missing that. So I got a couple of things over there. I've got a thing of thinner and I got a thing of cleaner. So right there I was just grabbing a little bit of the thinner. That would be that little water bottle cap there, Camja. And then there's a slightly larger container of the cleaner. So this is the container of the cleaner right here. Now, of course, Camja, so you see the palette like this, right? That's how you see it. It's actually like this. Believe it or not, that's how the palette is actually oriented. That's the only way to fit it on the table with the palette cam right next to it. So yeah, you see it like this. So your upper left hand corner is actually my upper right hand corner. So that's it's just this weird circumstance of how you had to jam everything on here. I think the AD Creation's still trying to work on that streaming setup. Because after AD finally got it set up, when got that different table, then they moved, which meant, well, packing it all up and taking it somewhere else. Let me get back to this there. I'm just using the cleaner right there. Now getting into the thinner, because those windows did not cooperate. That's a little better, it looks like. Now that's where we've got the secret stash of auto finish for miniatures. Yeah, that's basically you brush it on the figure and it's just done. I'm sure a substance like that would almost be as valuable as quinacridone golden brown, right, Camda? Which, oh yeah, just by the way, I was at the other day. I was just trying to get more of the illustration boards on Dick Blick, and I was also looking to see if there was an Alkyd thing that I was going to get, and then I just happened to see the Williamsburg that quinacridone golden brown is still listed. It's listed as discontinued, but there is actually still quinacridone golden brown listed on Dick Blick somewhere. So yes, that'll be the next piece of merch that we sell, right, Camda? Yeah, it'll be the auto finish for your miniatures. Your miniatures, just as soon as it touches your miniature, it's just done. Yeah, it'll be like an actual like a contrast paint that does what contrast paint was supposed to do. It just like you touches the miniature, it's done. And now, of course, with all of the stuff that we talk about with, contrast being more than just light versus dark, it is still hilarious that of all the names they chose, it was that one. Where's my blending brush here? Okay, so we just chucked a little bit of the lighter stuff there. Now we're going to take this blending brush, and there's still some of our, little glaze stuff there that we can mix with here. We're going to chuck that over here. Gonna grab this as a blending brush. Yeah, oils the original they're not just the original watercolors, Camda. They're the original contrast paint. Yes, oils the original contrast paint. Now I'm going to break this. Okay, let's get this. Now that's got too much stuff on. Let me grab this one here as a bit of a blend. Whoops. Let's also get rid of all the liquid that's on there. Holy smokies. That would not have been bueno. There we go. See ya. And just take a little pull at it there. Blending brush again. Now we'll be about, looks like we're 3.5 hours in. Yep, 3.5 hours in. Well, it's definitely our final stream for June because, well, it is now July. Yes, indeed. Now it is July. Catch a bit more of my lighter stuff here. We've got some of these, well, I believe anchored chains. We're going to try and paint in a little something here. That's, again, another, because you got the capstans here. Anchored chains. There's no chain though. There's just this weird flat thing. So we will try to paint some kind of texture on there that maybe resembles anchor chains. I mean, even the ones where there is a texture there. It's a pretty simple texture. Yeah, I think something like this I can. What was the Enterprise? I think I printed 125%. I'm not sure you could really print any of these out larger than that. Maybe 130. Before you started to notice that, well, okay, what should be a whole little mechanism of some kind is just like a square or a cylinder. Yeah, I'm not sure you could. We definitely couldn't print these out at 1/700 scale. Holy smokes! So I think I was able to get away at about like 1/1000 scale. You can maybe go to 1/950. I don't think you can get all the way to 1/700. I know you can. I mean, you could. Then you have to start thinking about hollowing out stuff because this would be about 3 times as long. Again, I'm not quite sure that would be the bestest idea, doing something like that. Come on, get in there. All right. Now that is that's what we need to do. That line is essentially mimicking these that I'm doing there. I say, okay, there. Now we made the modification to it. That makes more sense now. Okay. Finally. We got another little object on the deck there that needs a little bit of something. These searchlights here. They need also these guys. Did I do this other search? Okay, that one is a little wonky. I need to get my at least some kind of darker color on that. Yeah, more thinner. Ah, okay. That was just kind of that became one with the platform. Camden, I'll have to find some gameplay vids of Victory at Sea. I'm guessing it's designed to be on a 6x4 table, Camden. I mean, you'd think it might be something a little bigger because, again, these usually ships like this they're engaging each other at 20 plus miles, or at least close range is inside of 10 miles. I'm not quite sure you would have two of these guys. I mean, even if one was in one corner of a 6x4 board and the other one was in the corner of a 6x4 board, that might be a little bit, that's kind of close. That is some seriously close quarters there. Try and separate. Okay, there we go. And now, bottom part of that turret. Separate it again. Yep. Fine, I'll just darken that down. It'll just be easier there. what? Might even get that little range finder. Oh yeah, we never did these. And then here. Come on. Okay, that's better. So Camda, what I'm hoping to be able to do is maybe can take the pictures of these, and much like that little animation that I did with my painting of the Enterprise, I'm hoping to have these kind of like look like they're moving through the water, and maybe the turrets move and fire. I don't know if that's going to work. It could be dicey, but I think if I do the images first instead of trying to have the Skyreels or Skynet do all of that calculation, because I think I can modify it a whole lot more and make it more, well, realistic, I guess, in GPT, and then take that animation over to Skyreels in the form of a first and last frame. Then we could, replicate. Well, let's say I have to get some of those British cruisers like Ajax and such in Exeter, so that we could do the Battle of the River Plate. Because we already have Graf Spee. That's all printed out again. Who knows? We might be painting that next week. Who knows? Maybe that and our not Gneisenau ship. You thought it was just paints that were gonna have that title, right, Camda? Now it's miniatures. I did it on that side. Can't I do the same thing on that side with the searchlight? Yep. I was able to sort of do it there. Nah, those got a little too light. They're supposed to be platforms. They're not that kind of platform. There we go. I need a little bit more of the dark in there. More like crow's nest there. Yeah, Cam, I still have not had a chance to find any gameplay vids, and sometimes there's just not. I mean, just like I've been searching for tutorials, right, for all of my, even something like Midjourney, there's not really any good tutorials. They're more like, well, you should buy it because I say so. Ooh, let me widen up that line up there. Let me widen that up a little bit here. Because you can see how white, I mean, look how wide that line is. Oh, it's like our not radiant colors there, Camda. So now it's starting to apply to ships. The not Gneisenau. And again, I think that's just, it's a little bit difficult sometimes with Coco's models to know what the heck ship you actually have. What was it? Oh, Diwali. Theirs could be mischievous too because, well, a lot of the names are written in Spanish. I mean, I do know what the Spanish word for horse is, so at least I could always tell when something was a cavalry figure. So yeah, we only have one of the not radiants out here, Camda, as opposed to our full extensive line of not radiants. Now, same deal here with our secondary mounts. We need to start getting a little something here. We did this on the tops of the turrets. Now I have to get the sides here. That one too. And then even the barrels need a little bit. Wow, it's working with this brush. Very, very different And our other one, which again, it's kind of ended this phase of its life. This one here is seen a ton of action. I mean, it doesn't mean that it's just no good for anything. It's just for these like real precise things here, not so much, not anymore. I think that brush lasted longer than, and not think, it did last way longer than it would have, again, without having, so these kind of brushes here. Again, they're more like craft brushes. I mean, here's again another variety of them there. And Kathy's sister, I mean, with all the paint she sent, she also did send more batches of the craft type brushes like that. So you will be seeing more of those. You won't always be seeing the distinctive the red label of Princeton, and that's only because I'm using those other ones to preserve these brushes here. That's the primary reason why you might see other brushes besides the Princeton. Of course, well, it doesn't matter what kind of brush it is, whether it is a craft brush or a synth or even a sable brush, right? You want to caress the brush, not crush the brush. And that means no death grip. And I've seen some people. This is the typical grip we'll have on the brush. I've literally seen something like this, like they're making a fist. I'm thinking, okay, they're just gonna smash the miniature with their hand. And is it any wonder why they get really, really tired after a painting session? Because when you look at how they've gripped the brush, it looks like they're just trying to snap it in half with their hand or something. See, Camda, yep, that's some demerits right there. That's like white knuckle painting there, Camda. Yeah, that's a good way to think of it. Yeah, if you're doing white knuckle painting, how relaxing is your paint session gonna be? I mean, I know for some people painting might be a bit like a roller coaster ride or something like that. Trying to work in, yeah, let me get more of the light up in here. Make a little bit of a change to this marking up here. Yeah, there was a weird tangent going on. That was something that would cost you dearly in our, especially our watercolor class. Ooh, there was a tangent or something like that. Oof, that would be a no bueno. Well, anything composition wise or whatever, something like that. Oh, good grief, is that actually a mooring cleat? Dare I say over there? Yeah, I don't think it's quite a mooring, it's more like a schmooring cleat. Our tan again over here. That is more about the cohort, less about the value right over there.
Hello, little hobbit. Spark my ganja.
Thank you so much, Ninja Finger. Appreciate that. Of course, Gandalf does too. We've talked about these before. You have done 28 mil scale ships. You just couldn't do more of those, huh? Because I mean, this would be kind of sweet. I mean, I guess those are guns, right? And if this was like, I don't know, my size, that would be more convenient. Also, where's the bathroom on this thing? Thank you so much for that follow, Ninja Finger. Let's see what happens on our big old Gandalf 6 here. He just gets kind of an average, middle of the road 3. Thank you so much for that follow. I think well, that's right. We did manage to have one Gandalf 6 on the last stream. You know what? Here's another place where we should probably get some of this lighter deck color. What about the other side? Sure enough. Yep, looking at that over here. According to all of my schematics, even the boat deck and they definitely have the same kind of, must have some teak planking up there too. You know what? I'm going to roll in with some lighter stuff over here. What was the other thing that popped up on Facebook? So there was a, I think it was a, I don't remember which of the Revenge class battleships it was, but the British gave one of those to the Russians. I think it ended up being called Archangel, and I'm sure it was at that port. You talk about weird. I mean, you think this is a weird looking ship. You see some of the Russian battleships. Oh my gosh, those were the most bizarre looking things. They looked like Franken ships. It was like somebody had a whole bunch of plastic ship sprues, just dumped them out on the table and glued them together randomly. It made no sense whatsoever. I mean, part of it was they were trying to take really, really, really old ships and somehow modernize them. They don't really have, they have exactly a massive shipbuilding industry. There were very few countries that had the shipbuilding facilities really required. I mean, it's one thing if you're just going to build, say, something like submarines. They used to build those in Wisconsin and just chuck them in the river, sail them down. That's different. That's like one of those subs weighs less than one of these turrets. Actually, I think one of those subs weighs half as much as one of these turrets. Okay, yeah, I needed to get a little bit more of the lighter deck texture back there. Or deck color. Still got to fix up. Again, a little bit more of that yellow ochre / Mars yellow deep over here. Right up here, there's a couple of these that went wonky. Even if that brings it closer in value to our white, that's okay. Down here, not so much. Because that would be darker down there. Here is another. I need the same, the dark that we got on the other side. Gotta do it on this side, I think. So, here we go. Getting some of our dark again. Trying to get that to drop down in here. Yep, there we go. So Ninja Finger, thank you so much for joining me here. This is our Armada Mondays. Painting 1/1800 scale ships. Here's again some of our past ones, and we're kind of focusing tonight on treaty era ships. So this is Nelson / Rodney here. A very unusual configuration, trying to reduce weight, maximize firepower to certain directions. The French approach was here with the quad mounts, and the other thing with these is they were split in two. So if one, you could conceivably have half the turret damaged and the other half continues to fight. Both of these ships secondary armament is only aft. I mean, there's not much else. Again, here, just your secondary armament is aft. Where is Roma? Here is Roma. So it's the Italian. Now, their ships are a little bit heavier. You can see, again, their secondary mounts. Very different configuration there. Now, you go further back in time to, again, ships like this. Fuso, Kongo, Nagato, Issei. You see casemated guns there. That's your secondary mount. That's kind of a very limited type of arrangement. Then you started to get to something like this here, where your secondary array much more prominent. Obviously, this is built for also anti-aircraft as opposed to just surface work like those casemated guns. So you can always tell the era of the ship as soon as you see a casemated gun or something like that. Boom. I mean, I think Issei. That's another one here. It's that very distinct casemated guns right there. And of course, you can see there's both configurations of it. I think the U.S. Ship. Well, here, where did Arizona go? You're around here somewheres. There you are. Whoops, nope, that's Issei. That is not the one that I was looking for there. Here it is. So even these tripods here, initially they had the birdcage mast because that was supposed to reduce the weight. It reduced the weight. It also reduced the strength. And hurricanes, those had a tendency to collapse, which is less than ideal. So that's when they went with the tripod structure. It's very interesting to see kind of the variation in naval architecture over time. And of course, certain ships, especially French, Italian, even German, well, French and Italian ships especially, those were literally just designed to fight in the Mediterranean. They were not meant to, they weren't certainly meant for the Pacific. So many times ships would just be designed to counter what the other country was doing and whatever theater of operations it was supposed to be in. Because I would sometime when I was younger, I would see ships and I'd say, well, that's weird. That doesn't make any sense. Why would they design it like that? Oh, yeah, that's right. Because circumstances entirely different in what they needed it to do. I guess not unlike paints, right, Camda? Just like your acrylics and your oils very different from each other. With the oil paints, your darker colors tend to be very translucent or more translucent. All of your lighter colors are 100% opaque because anything with white in it, well, boom, that's opaque. And I know for some folks, that can be one of the more difficult things to kind of adapt to when it comes to the oil paints. I mean, darken you up a bit more. Then sharpen up that edge along the water there. Now I've got the dark in there. Oh, this is another place where I might roll with some more dark. Again, that Payne's gray mixed with a little bit of our Prussian blue, maybe even a touch of the coal black, I guess. Whoops, okay. That was a little more thinner than I was looking for. Don't want too much of that. Not looking for a pinline washout here. I am going to grab me a blending brush though. So we got these right over here. We'll just do a little bit of tap, tap, tap motion on those. He's nice. Do the same here. And trying to make sure that the angle of these is not the same as the angle of the bow crest there. Gotta make sure there's a difference. Be working a little bit of the dirt right there, sharpen up that. Besides these range finders, sharpen up those edges too. Those get kind of smushy. These are okay over here. More of our certain action. And you know what? Down here, let me either fill that in with something that is. I need to sharpen this edge. Maybe we will just darken that. Then start to switch to a gray here. Does that now separate? That does now separate from the water. Okay. One more. One more batch of our fast matte white here out on the palette. And a little blob of this is going to go in here. Fill in that. So our Thursday stream, remember that's going to be back to our flat art, so 2D art coming up on Thursday. Friday, initial kind of layout for Friday, Saturday. Well, Friday's going to be a much later start. Again, the whole 4th of July thing, fireworks, all that. No sense in starting before 11:30 at the very, very, very earliest. But that would be Gandalf on his cart. Yes, Gandalf on his cart. A whole bunch of fireworks sticking out the back of it. And then potentially Saturday would be trying to maybe get into some of our Harad stuff again. The Merchant Guard. Potentially like a dozen of those that I would be painting. It would be almost like a good old-fashioned Saturday challenge. Candidly just based on how we were able to go with the Easterlings there and essentially paint 4 of these horses and essentially 10 infantry in 2 streams. I think that's something we could do. I think we could make it work. Get more of my white here. Too much. That's what the blending brush is for. So see, that really kind of tones that down there. Going to do one on this side here. Same thing. So let me grab my ship here. You can see the same thing. That's again what we're doing here is what we were painting here with Enterprise. Speaking of flat Thursdays, now again our last flat Thursday was as we call this Paneline Galactica right there. That was very fun. So depending on what kind of references I can scare up and stuff, it could be another one of our sci-fi ships, or it might be something else entirely. Something that I might need for doing some videos. Just a bit more on the top edge up here. Maybe even up here on the top of your, again, this tower-like structure here. This was another thing they did to modernize their ships in that kind of late interwar years, was doing this. Then you saw some of their newer ships like the King George V and Vanguard, that this was built into them. Just like, again, like with Nelson and Rodney, that was also built in. But there was a lot of other ships that they kind of retrofitted with that. That's what they would have done with Hood too. It was in major need of a refit before it well, had a little bit of an unfortunate incident there. Okay, that is. I don't want to do too much out with that. Not too much there. But some of these, as those lines are a little too straight, I have to make those a little more ragged. You can see here, same thing here. There's a little bit more of a raggedness to that, to those lines. Thank you so much, Spike. Appreciate that. So happy Tuesday to you, Spike. Here's hoping that you had a great weekend. Maybe you got to paint some, play some, or both. But gee whiz, yeah, I wish I could. That's why I want to kind of try to do like an animation or something where you could actually see all of the ships, like the entire fleets of them, because we have a pretty large Japanese and U.S. fleet, of course. Our Regia Marina is kind of a decent size too, and this is our very first Royal Navy ship. Yeah, I already got Repulse, HMS Hood. Those are already prepped, ready to go. We will certainly grab more. And these are from Coco's models on My Mini Factory. There are fleet packs, so you don't necessarily just have to get individual ships. Now, okay, if you want something like the H-class ships or kind of specific, almost more like hero ships or whatever, you're probably going to have to get the fleet, the individuals. Obviously, a fleet pack is going to have at least one or two cruiser designs, two or three destroyer designs. And, well, in the case of, say, UK, US, and Japan, there's going to be carriers in those batches. I do believe that he may have, I think for your Kriegsmarine, I think he does have a Graf Zeppelin. I think he's kind of got unicorn ships for everybody. I mean, he's got, speaking of the unicorn of all unicorns there, again, the H-class ships that I have, there's your Montana class. Again, never built. Speaking, I mean, look at that is quite the difference right there. Holy smokes. Of course, this is all painted with the oil paints, start to finish. Oh, geez, it's been over 4 hours. I thought it was still only like 3 hours and something. So 4 hours ago, this was just, see that dark blue primer? That's all it was across the entire ship. The water actually does have a texture to it. You can see when I hold it this way, you can kind of see that it is going up over the ship there. So there is a texture there. Let me carry out a little bit more of our churn back here. like so. Yep, more here. Yeah, maybe this too. Yep, we are. Carry some more of our light up in here. So again, that's a. We're not just doing a whole bunch of little dots. There is an actual. See, you can kind of see it there. There is an actual texture to the water. We first started doing that with our old. Well, the reason why it's called Armada Mondays, the old Armada ships from Mantic, and I do actually. I still have some of those old Armada ships that we haven't painted yet. I think some of, well, they have the Dwarf Fleet. There were more of the Lizards that never got painted. Might be some of the, well, there's some of the really small ships. Like some of your Empire of Dust ships. Again, you can kind of see there's some of that, some of the water sculpted in there. Boy, that was a long time ago. Here's some more again of the Empire of Dust teensy ships there. That's where it all started. Hard to believe. And then, of course, we have painted 28mm scale ships. Not in one piece, of course, in pieces. But yes, I've actually painted four. Yeah, four 28mm ships on stream. We did 3 of the Corsair ships. The one elf ship. So I can see a couple of the portals here and need there's a little bit of light on the bottom of them there. So, well, there's not one there. Okay. Normal stream days: Monday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Our Thursday stream, again, that is going to be a flat art stream, as Thursdays tend to be. We've really cranked out a bunch of paintings since Adepticon, haven't we? Cam just, I think, yeah, the very first Thursday after getting back from Adepticon, we got back into our 2D stuff, and we've been doing it ever since. Now, yeah, that's on this side. On this side, let me get a little bit of our, what would we call it? The seafood green. That's not sea foam green anymore. Now it is seafood green. This is a cuisine channel after all. Now get me a little bit more of the light here. In you go. Okay, there. Because we sort of did that over here. I'm going to maybe emphasize that even a bit more. And that's okay. There we go. Can't just be a big blob of white there. Can't the anchor chains there. Let me try and go a little lighter than that too. Trying to make that there we go. Now I think it separates from the deck planking. I wasn't doing that before. Now it is. Also, I think the end of these barrels, I'm going to try to go a little later on the end of those too. Did I get the windows, the light window stuff? Yeah, I kind of did. Kind of did there. So there, and then let's see how we'll compare that to Gneisenau here. This is the last of our 1/1800 scale ships we did. So you can see again the water very similar, and again we have the same kind of deck color right there. Few more little infusions of our like wave within waves here. I just kind of saw that on some of my other ships, and I realized, let's get some more of that. Again, kind of these like little tiny waves in here. Let's see. I think let's see. I might actually head on over to Spoon Handle here, because now it's been about 4 hours 15 minutes or so, and we got a whole bunch of stuff to do. Got lots of printing stuff to do. Tomorrow we're gonna say thanks to Armored Wolf for doing all the moderations. Also, thanks for all the bits and the subs and the follows and the cheers. Also, the raids we had. I know at least one of those from Spark Minis. So we'll be seeing again everybody on a Thursday. Flat Art Thursdays. This not quite so flat. Not quite so flat. So again, that's the first of our Royal Navy here. Nelson slash Rodney. Again, kind of the same era as, say, a ship like Richelieu. Well, maybe a little bit earlier. Yeah, a bit earlier than that. So thanks again, Canada. Appreciate you being here. And again, appreciate everybody. Again, more to come. And then I think, Gandalf and his cart there from the first of the Lord of the Rings movies. We'll be doing that one on Friday.